the meeting to order, so if everyone could quiet down. Welcome to the Design Review Board hearing for February 12, 2026. Paula, could you call the roll, please?
Board Member Balta,
Here.
Board Member Coveney,
Here.
Chair Gibbs,
Here.
and then just for the record, Chair Pro Tem Gannon is absent, and I believe Board Member Weil is going to come in later on.
Right. I've spoken to Board Member Weil. He should be here by 7 o'clock, 6:30, 7 o'clock-ish. All right. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, which for a change I'll lead. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We always begin the meeting with a description of the meeting procedure. Many of you know it, some may not, but I'm obliged to do it every meeting. So here we go. We will start the meeting with public communications, and that's where members of the public can come up and speak on any topic within the purview of the Design Review Board that's not on the agenda. We will next go to the consent calendar, which actually there is none tonight. We will next review potential modifications of the agenda order. Then we will proceed to the regular order of business. I will introduce an item, the address, the design review or other entitlement numbers. The applicants will take their seat at the front desk. The board members will then give their ex parte disclosures. And ex parte disclosures are communications we have with people prior to tonight's hearing regarding an agenda item. The staff will then present a summary presentation. We'll have the opportunity to ask questions of staff at that time. I will then declare the public hearing open. The applicant will have 5 minutes. Members of the public will have then 3 minutes each, unless due to the number in the chair's discretion, I shorten that to or change the amount of time. Hopefully we won't, it's a big meeting here, but we'll see how it goes. Hopefully we don't need to reduce the 3-minute time period. The applicant will then have a 3-minute rebuttal. Once that's completed, the board will have the opportunity to ask questions of staff, the applicant, or members of the public. When that's completed, I will close the public hearing and then the board commences deliberations. During deliberations, any action is initiated by the board by a motion, a second, and a majority vote of the board. The applicant or any member of the public who resides within 300 feet of a project will have, who disagrees with the decision of the Design Review Board, will have 14 days from the decision tonight to file an appeal. All right, so that's how we do things here. So we'll start off with public comment, again, on an item that's or on a matter that's within our purview, but not on the agenda. Anyone wish to speak? Seeing none, and there being no consent calendar, I will now, I'm sorry, if it's on a public communication on a matter within our purview that's not on the agenda, then come up to the podium here, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes. Actually, 2 minutes. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Dr. Asmani. I'm here for the hearing on the design review for the address, let me see, 968 Delmar Avenue.
Okay, let me break you there. That's on the agenda.
Actually,
The
that's
public,
fine.
you're too early. When we get to that item, then you'll have an opportunity
That's
to
fine,
speak.
thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we're going to talk about a modification of the agenda. This is the modification. Let me lay it out that it's in part due to the fact that Mr. Weil is going to be later. So I'm proposing modifying the agenda as follows, and then I'll hear comments or other requests from the other two members of the board. 5.7, which is requesting a continuous, will be moved to first. 5.3 on Hillage will be moved to after 5.12. Now, 5.12 is going to be moved up to go after 5.8. So I'll give the full order, so if anyone's confused. 5.8 is the Hillside Lane, 31886 Hillside Lane. After that will be 5.12, which is, I believe it's the Glen Eyrie project, 2500 Glen Eyrie Street. And then after that, 5.3 will be heard, which is the Hillage property. So it's going to go in this order: 5.7, 5.1, 5.2, 5.4, 5.5, 5.6, 5.8, 5.12, 5.3, 5.9, 5.10, 5.11. So any other thoughts or changes? Okay, we're all good. We're good. So keep me honest, guys. I have my list here, and I hope to stay with it. Okay, the first item up is 5.7 for 325 Holly Street, design review 2024-1774, coastal development permit 2024-1776, variance 2025 2472, excuse me, 2025-2472. And the continuance proposed is to our meeting on February 26, 2026. So with that, is there any members of the public who wish to speak on that continuance? Seeing none, I close the public hearing, return it to the board. Anyone want to speak? Do we have a motion? Go ahead, Mayor.
Make a motion to continue item number 5.7 to February 26th for 325 Holly Street.
Okay, thank you very much.
Second.
Oh, yeah, second.
Second.
Call the roll.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Kovney,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion has passed 3-0.
Okay, the next item is 5.1. It's at 152 Macaulay Place, design review 2025-2529. Could the applicant come up on that project? Please do ex parte.
I went by the property.
I did the same.
And I went by the project and met with the applicant, Michael Constantine, and met with Dan and Linda Sugg, who's a neighbor. All right, staff report, please.
Good evening, Chair Gibbs and members of Design Review Board. My name is Isidoro Serna, and item 5.1 is a request for a design review at 152 Macaulay Way, which is in the R1 zone. The proposed work requiring design review includes changes to the roof material from composition shingle to standing seam metal and extending the roof over the French entrance by eliminating the notch located at the southeast corner of the property. The slide here demonstrates the existing proposed front elevations along Macaulay Place. City staff has received correspondence from a neighbor within the noticing area. The common site concerns regarding view equity and glare, and the photos on the slide were provided by the correspondent. Staff believes that the project meets design review guidelines and that the proposed work complies with design, does not substantially impair views and will be compatible with the development present in the neighborhood. Staff's recommendation is to conduct a public hearing and adopt resolution 25-2529, approving design review 25-2529, and finding said action exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15301. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
One quick question. The original approval on this was the roof area that's in question. Was that denied then by chance?
Are you referring to the variance?
Yeah, the addition of this,
That was approved.
that was,
For the addition,
Okay.
correct.
thank you.
Yeah, I think the question was, with the notch that's being filled in, was that denied in the original application process?
I don't believe so. There were other aspects regarding parking that were denied in that variance request that was modified.
Oh, no, not the variance, the roof, the extension of the roof. Was the roof?
Yeah, the extension of the roof denied.
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, I don't think it was in there. Okay.
Yeah,
thank you.
and I confirm that too. All right, with that, I open the public hearing. Applicant, you have 5 minutes, although you don't need to use all the 5 minutes. It's a rather simple project.
I just wanted to lay the foundation for the roofing material first, thank you, that the roofing material has a solar reflective index of 0.29%, which is far below the solar reflectivity of glare, so to speak. There are a number of roofs in the neighborhood that have standing seam and that actually have, the lighter the color, the higher reflectivity. So as, you know, our city promotes, you know, darker roofs, this is a darker roof. And it does have a low solar reflective index. As far as the extension of the overhang, it's, as you can see, it's just an enclosed patio, so to speak. There was no, you know, setback areas that were compromised or height restrictions that were compromised. The view is obviously in the eye of the beholder. You know, I believe that that particular area serves my client shade that they need on their balcony without really compromising any of the other neighbors, and actually helps the roof out quite a bit. The point I'd like to make, in one of the pictures that was shown earlier, there was a chimney chase that was up in front of the house that was abandoned, and that was removed. That would have improved anybody's view up the street, and that, you know, that obstruction was taken down. So there's been no height added to the area, just a patio enclosure, so to speak, and it falls below the properties behind it. So I believe the view aspect of it is, again, it's in the eye of the beholder, but I don't see it. So with that, I rest.
Thank you very much. Any member of the public wish to speak? Come up to the podium. When I ask for anyone to speak, you don't have to raise your hand or anything. In fact, I prefer, if there's a lot of people, that you get ready so we can keep the flow going. Just when the next person, you just come right up. Go ahead.
Chris O'Donnell, I own 160 Macaulay, which is definitely right above him. That's not been staked. I've never seen this before, and I think it impacts my view, and I would like it denied.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name's Dan Sugg. I live at 173 Macaulay. And the ocean view from our home is our main viewing area is significantly reduced and blocked due to the construction occurring at 152. On 4/1, or April Fool's Day, is when they extended the roof. Without a
Excuse me,
permit.
let me stop the time. Nancy, we can hear you right up here. Please, if you're going to talk outside. You can resume. Give
Okay.
them a few more. Give them a few more seconds.
Without a permit, without design review. The original roof was re-roofed prior to the extension construction. And we've got pictures that show that, and some of you have seen them, one of you anyway. On approximately in January sometime in 2025, we had Michael over to talk about what was being modified over there. And he, in that meeting, said that there were a number of material issues, and the plan was only to eliminate the designed chimney. He never discussed any extension on the roof. And at that point, we assumed that, okay, we were happy with what he was doing. In the public hearing on 6/18/25, it was originally set up only to discuss roofing material. And so we asked about the roofing extension, and at that time, we were told that there would be another design review, and apparently tonight is the time. We felt that we're obviously impacted by the extension of the roof. It might not be a major extension of the roof. It might not be a major view blockage, but it's a view blockage. Every blue blockage that you give away forces the next guy up the hill to build higher and higher and wider, and it becomes a never-ending process that's not good. That's what I thought the design review was here for, was to prevent that. But I have no way of knowing what you guys are going to do, but we would like to have the entire extension removed.
You have 30 more seconds if you want.
Oh,
The yellow light is the 30-second warning.
okay. We believe that Design Review Board plays a major role in protecting the village atmosphere of Laguna Beach, and we would appreciate your help in the Design Review Board on this roof extension. It's not fair, shouldn't have been allowed, shouldn't be allowed, and that's our position at any rate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Seeing none, I return it to the applicant. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, I certainly don't remember a conversation with Mr. O'Donnell, but I think that's irrelevant. As far as the extension goes, it's a very, very minor footprint improvement. The aerial views that we took and which we shot from a drone really showed no impact at all, in my opinion, on any view blockage. If there is, by a slight sliver, perhaps some view blockage, I think it's extremely minor. And the flip side of that is that the real obstruction was the chimney. I mean, the chimney sat 4 feet above the roof and was 5 feet wide. That's gone. That improved their view. And as far as my client goes, the gate swings both ways. I mean, they have the right to actually have a patio that's enclosed without really imposing greatly on neighbors. We're in a neighborhood where people are doing improvements all the time. Part of that is going up, going sideways, and certainly we want to be neighbor friendly. And I just think this particular complaint doesn't have a lot of teeth. And I say that in great respect for the neighbors, but also in respect for my clients and what their rights are as homeowners. And we've been very patient with the roof process. They haven't had a roof on their house for a year because of the roof color. And where one of the complainants right next door to their house is a standing seam roof that has a higher solar reactivity percentage. And, you know, you start just really looking deeply into these matters, and I just feel that my clients have every right, as much as their neighbors have a right, to have their home and their asset improved to the point where it improves their quality of living on their patio.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? All right, I closed the public hearing, and because I met with the Suggs, let me begin. First of all, and just, no, you stay there, please. We may have questions of you.
Okay.
Where there's view impact, it's meaningful, and we get that. And that is, I think, what Mr. Suggs said, is one of the reasons we have design review. And we're essentially volunteers and residents of this community. It is important that everybody have a right to be heard where their view is being impacted and their views being impacted. But under the guidelines which govern what we do, it is not view preservation. It's just not. If we, if the rule was views are to be protected regardless of how great a view impact, nothing would, virtually nothing would get built in this town. We see it week in, week out with project after project that has view impacts. And what guides us is what's called view equity. So we look at a lot of factors. And because we see so many projects, we can apply similar standards, and each one of us has slightly different, but not that different, across different projects in different circumstances. So the complaints of the neighbors, particularly the Suggs, are in good faith, absolutely, unquestionably. The way I see it, and the way it would be consistent with how we as a board, and me in particular, have approached this, to find that there is not view equity achieved by this filling in the notch would be inconsistent with the positions that we've taken in numerous other projects with far greater view ocean impacts than here, where we have allowed the project to go forward. And why we look at that and what makes this fall into that category is that there is substantial view that's preserved and only very limited view that's impacted. It's not a close case. I'm just telling you, it's not a close case. And because of that, I see no grounds. I find view equity achieved. I find all the other design guidelines met. The roof's fine. There's numerous metal roofs across Victoria Beach area, across town. It's an accepted form and it actually has a lot of benefits. So for those reasons, I find view equity achieved. The project is approvable tonight. Who wants to go?
I'll go next. I'll go
No,
next.
no,
Yeah.
no, you can't. You
I-
can't.
Please,
Yeah.
sir.
I've got two
So
properties.
I'll speak next,
what
and
view
I would
equity
like to
is he
continue to
gaining?
go.
Sir,
Have view
sir,
control.
please,
This is out of order.
please,
This is really out of line. You are.
please have a
protecting
seat.
the property.
Chair.
We're all going to
We
support
can
this
take a
project.
recess.
and I'm
Okay, we're
gonna-
going to take a 5-minute recess.
No. I mean, sorry,
Well,
unless you have, I don't think
Hold
you
on a
should.
second.
I don't think you should.
Okay, before we take the 5-minute recess, the reason that we would take a recess in that situation is if he didn't leave.
Yeah,
Um,
Come on.
I don't know if there's any action that needs to be taken. That's totally improper. It violates the decorum. I think it amounts to a disturbance of the peace. It's never happened since like this, since I've been on this board. So I leave it to the city. We know who he is. It's up to the city what they want to do. That is disruptive. That's unacceptable. If I see it again, we're going to have the same reaction. That person is going to be required to leave, and the city should consider taking action. So with that said,
And I agree, Chair Gibbs. I'll go next. And I also feel somewhat threatened by an aggressive male at a podium. So sorry about that, even though it's not our fault. First of all, it's always nice to get this ahead of time when you do your initial concept, because it does avoid this type of an extra layer of frustration for people. Sometimes neighbors are not always looking out for each other, and there's always unique characters all about us. So it keeps things a little more fine-tuned. That's why we have this process. So I'm surprised it wasn't originally in your original design. It would make total sense to me to have extended this over the deck. Umbrellas and all the GAC that you could use to protect yourself from sun, to me, are far more intrusive than this nice seamless roof that will now create a good classic design and complete the architecture of the home. So I think you've reached view equity and neighborhood compatibility and other design review criteria, and I can support the project tonight.
Thank you.
I agree with my fellow board members. I think we have to review it for the criteria, 16 criteria, and I think the project meets that. I think it sounded like there was some frustration in the audience, and I can understand that. I can definitely understand it, just the way it came to them. I think they're feeling like, they didn't get that chance, but that's why we do this process here and now. this was the chance. You know, I think Chair Gibbs hit, and so did MJ, hit it on the head when they said, this meets the criteria. That's what we're here to review. So I can also approve this project tonight.
Okay, before I call for a motion, one other aspect is that this notch was built without permit. And when that happens, the standard that we apply is that we assume it had not been built. Actually, I should say the standard is required of us by city ordinance. And so we're required to apply the standard to evaluate a project as if it had not been built. We are not to consider stop orders, violation of work that was unpermitted. We look at the project anew as if it had not been built. With that said, do I have a motion?
I will make a motion for approval of item 5.1 at 152 Macaulay Place, design review 2025-2529 for the staff report.
I'll second. I beat you to it. Paula, call the roll, please.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion is passed 3-0.
All right, the next one is 5.2968 Delmar Avenue. You can get up now. Congratulations. Can the applicant come up on that project? It is for design review 2025-2051. And I think we can do expedited on this. Everybody good with that? Mr. Cerna, expedited, please. Oh, wait, before we do that, we need to do ex parte.
I drove by the property.
I did the same, Chair.
I did the same. All right. Isidoro, you're up.
Thank you again. Item 5.2 is a request for design review at 968 Delmar Avenue. 968 Delmar Avenue is zoned as R1 in the Arch Beach Heights specific plan area, and the property owner was approved to construct a 5,000 square foot single family residence with an attached 700 square foot 3-car garage on a vacant site back in 2020. This project is now constructed. It's under construction. The proposed work requiring design review includes modifications to previous design review approval by increasing the height of the portion under construction of an under construction house roof, deck, and floor by 1 foot. The red area demonstrates the roof area increasing by 1 foot, and the yellow area demonstrates the deck area increasing by 1 foot. This slide demonstrates the section cut showing the roof and deck increasing by 1 foot. The applicant has also provided a rendering of the final project. Staff believes that the project meets design review guidelines and the proposed work complies with design review guidelines and does not substantially impair views, create issues of privacy, and will be compatible with the development of the neighborhood. The increased height will not go beyond the highest roof height as well. Staff's recommendation is to conduct a public hearing and approve or adopt Resolution 25-2051, approving design review 25-2051, and finding said action exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15.303. Thank you so much, and I am available for questions.
Any questions of staff? Seeing none, I open the public hearing. You have 5 minutes.
Day, guys. Thank you for having time for this project. This project has been on the DR, prior DR. Most of the roof that existing in the back of in the front of the building, let's look at it that way, has been already approved through DR. Be trying to raise the low roof at the rear of the building, and we reduced the cantilever by 2 feet to stay with the building envelope. And the deck used to be a 2-level deck, 12 inches different up and down. And we leveled that deck to be 1 level. That's all about the DRB on this project. And we're trying to just make it as a minimum as possible, just because we are on the construction and we're trying to continue our building.
Thank you very much. Any members of the public wish to speak? You can come up.
My name is Osmani. My property is right behind this property. It means He's right in front of me. Initially, this property was designed about 3 or 4 years ago. We didn't even came in. We looked at the design, everything looked okay. We did not even come to the city. But right now, it says in this note in here, only 1 foot increase on the height. Exactly, that's not true. It's not 1 foot. Part of it is, could be a small part, could be 1 foot, but areas even could be 3 foot or 4 foot. I have some pictures I have taken from my porch and some of them from my front yard. Obviously, you can see them. It's a lot more than that. That's number 1 concern. It takes the view. Number 2 concern is drainage of the water down there. When you go and see that, it's not designed well. The slope is different direction. Eventually, if that water goes down and accumulate down there, eventually it's going to cause problem with my property. So this is not 1 foot. It's mentioned in this note. It's a lot more than 1 foot. I'd be glad to present you with these pictures, which I have taken from the,
Hand it to Paula.
some of them has been taken from my porch. Some of them is taken from my front yard. There are different colors down there, blue and red. I think one of them was the old design. The new one is the newer design.
When were these taken?
This picture was taken about maybe a week ago, 10 days ago.
Which ones from your property are both?
Pardon me?
Which ones are are both from your property? And one's
Yeah,
zoomed in?
All of them are from my property.
Okay, thank
This
you.
is- Yes. Correct. This is
That-
from my front yard,
That's a
and the other
zoom,
one
but
was from my porch for the first floor, from the first.
that's from
floor.
your porch.
Pardon me?
Okay, that's from your porch.
Correct. One
Okay,
of them from my porch, one of them from my front yard.
okay, we got that. Any other comments?
This is the problem, because when you look at that, you know, it's,
You have 30 seconds.
okay, takes the view. The other one is the slope of the drainage.
Got it.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
that's all.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing none, you have 3 minutes for reply.
The portion of the red line that you see on those pictures, that's a prior DR approval. We are not here for that. And we are just looking at the back portion that's raising 1 foot. And
Can
I
you even
don't-
see the portion below where the top strand of pink is? Can you even see from his property where you're lowering the roof?
Yes,
It's behind it?
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Go ahead.
So that back roof has already been on DR and approved before, and we just stated to clarify with the neighbor that what portion of the roof we're trying to touch. That's all we did for it, so it'll be clear for DRB and everybody else.
Thank you very much. You can sit down now.
Sure.
Please sit down. No, you're done. That's your time. All right, anything more to say? Yeah, but, okay,
I've got a question for
go, question time. Go ahead.
Mansour, the speaker that came up, he had a question pertaining to the civil plan. I imagine that'll come, that's part of your previous approval. Okay.
We have a civil plan, and we have to shore entire the area, especially in the front of this building. We shore it and make sure that there is, but we have a water issue for one of other neighbor at the property. So we had some water damage on the building, and every time it's rain, his drain come into our driveway. That's how he does. But that's later on, I'm gonna deal with it. So it's-
Yeah,
Right
the
now.
drain's not subject to our review. so
Right,
we
and
can't-
he's got a plan for it is what I'm getting at, so.
Yeah, we have a
Yeah.
drainage plan
Yeah.
already.
I have a quick
I
question.
figured that was in the first review was quite some time ago.
I have a quick question too, Chair. The reason for the increase in height is because you're wanting to level the floor.
I'm leveling the floor. There is right now the step inside the building. The owner is old, and he
Yeah.
doesn't want us go through the step through the building, go up and
And
down.
why didn't you do that originally? Because that would have made sense from original.
That's, I was not original architect on this building. I take over this project for the construction drawing. So therefore, we didn't do it.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? I close the public hearing. Who wants to begin?
I'll give it a go. Chair, I think this project meets the design review criteria. I think it's a modest modification to a previously approved project. I could approve this project tonight.
Thank you, MJ.
And I support my colleagues' comments here. I think it's no view impact, and I can support the project based on the previous approval.
Okay, me too. I mean, I see the picture, the one picture that is probably from his porch shows no impact with the ocean and an incredible view. So even if the photos are, to be believed, I have no reason not to believe them, except the second one shows a different angle that's not likely from his property. We'd still find view equity. Even assuming he could see the increase in 1 foot, which based upon the testimony, he cannot. I also note that if somebody has a view equity issue, they need to communicate us before the meeting, the hearing, for us to take a look. We can't evaluate view equity if we don't actually get to see it. And it's not fair to the applicant to put it over if a resident claims a view equity issue at the time of the hearing, and we rarely do that. So, for those who have view equity issues and to the general Laguna Beach public, it's important to request that we inspect the site, and there's a process for that in the code and on the website. So with that said, do I have a motion? Oh, by the way, I agree. View equity achieved meets all the guidelines. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a motion for item number 5.2 to adopt resolution 2025-2051, approving design review 2025-2051 for the property located at 968 Delmore Avenue, and find said action categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA section 15303.
I second.
Paula, call the roll.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion has passed 3-0.
Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next project we're going to go to is 5.4. That's 31982 Virginia Way. Design review 2026-0061, coastal development permit 25-0062. Ex parte, please.
Chair, I visited the site, met with the homeowner and the neighbor, the Spanberg's next door.
And I visited the site. I spoke with James Henry, and I also went to the Homewood house in the back and around its side to see the view concerns.
And I visited the site with Mr. Henry, and I also met with Brent and Dory Spandenberg. I hope I got that right. Jessica, you're up.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Design Review Board. Item 5.4 is a request for design review and coastal development permit for an upper level addition deck and also an accessory dwelling unit located at the address 31982 Virginia Way. The property is in the Village Community Zone and is located on Virginia Way between 9th Avenue and 10th Avenue. The site is currently improved with a single-story, single-family residence and a one-car garage and an office. The property is bordered by other single-family and multi-story residential development. The project consists of a 415 square foot upper level addition, 176 29 square foot deck, new windows, doors to the existing single story. The proposed ADU is not subject to design review, but approval for coastal development permit is necessary for this case. The site plan before you shows the location for the proposed deck. As you can see, I have shaded in color blue, outlining the area above the garage, and the deck is connected to the upper level addition. Shaded in blue is the upper level addition situated above the existing single-family residence. And lastly, shaded in blue is the proposed ADU that's located in the rear of the property, right adjacent to and attached to the garage, to the existing garage. The west elevation before you shows, illustrates the location of the proposed addition and upper level deck. Gives you a better understanding of where it is located. The north elevation shows in the green shaded area, it represents the proposed ADU conversion in the lower level. While the upper level addition is shown above, the drawing overall illustrates how the new living space is going to be integrated with the existing structure. The south elevation, shaded in green, it also represents the proposed ADU conversion at the lower level. So what I'm showing is just different elevation sites to get a better picture of the location and how it's represented to the and integrated into the existing structure. Next slide. And then this is a colored rendering showing the addition, the deck, that will match the existing single-family residence in the materials and color to ensure that it has a cohesive appearance. Staff did receive public correspondence. We received a letter of support and also a letter from an adjacent neighbor concerned with view equity. Here on the slide, the neighbor provided this photo showing the area of concern. In conclusion, the project complies with the design review guidelines, complies with the Laguna Beach Municipal Code development standards. There's no adverse effect to the coastal resources. Project satisfies required finding and that it does not substantially impact any view equity and privacy and is compatible with the neighborhood. Staff recommends adopting Resolution 26-0061, approving categorical exemptions per CEQA guidelines section 15301, CDP 26-0062, and design review 26-0061. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? I have none. Open the public hearing. James, you're up.
Hello, thank you for meeting me on site and talking through the project. I'm not going to go into a long-winded presentation. Staff has done an excellent job of outlining the project, but there are a few areas that I wanted to touch on. Project before you is an upper level addition with a small ADU conversion behind the garage, as well as an expansion of the existing deck that exists above the garage. The existing lot constraints on this lot are challenging given the square nature of the lot. We have a large front yard, a large rear yard. It limits the area where we can add footage to this property. We have worked hard. Can you put slide one up? We have worked hard to create view corridors for each of the neighbors behind. And I've created a graphic that shows the potential view corridors from a plan view. And if you look at the Stokesbury's property, which is the property to the south, which is on the right of that slide, their main view is off of their deck, and that's where I'm showing that from. And the blue swaths are the potential view. The light blue is the upper level addition. We have left that deck open to keep that view for the Stokesbury's. And can you go to the next slide? Go back to, you jumped ahead. That one with the stakes. There you go. That is pretty close to what the view that the Stokesbury's are looking at. They're amenable to the change in their view. They're happy with the project the way it sits right now. But to move the project further to the south would really further compromise their view. They're giving a lot here. And, you know, we're trying to keep that view corridor open for them. I've also met with Brent and Dory on Homewood, And can you go to slide 3? They presented a slide, a photo showing the view impacts from their house. I wanted to give you this in context because I think it's useful to see it rather than just a focused photo of the stakes itself, but to see the entirety of the view. We met with them multiple times trying to come to reach a compromise, but we were unable to reach agreement. So we're here tonight with the project as presented. Can you go to slide 4 as well? This is a little of a view that's a little more focused from the kitchen. And if you're able to see the stakes through the corner, but the vast majority of their ocean view is preserved. And we have worked really hard to try and nestle this thing in to keep both parties' view corridor as widely open as possible. I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to turn it over to the owners who would like to say a few things.
James. So James has done a great job, and Jessica as well, of providing you guys information about the project. So I'm not going to try to sell you on it. I did want to share a little bit about my family and our motivations so you can better understand where we're coming from. Thank you for your time. Chris and I have proudly called Laguna Beach home for the last 15 years. We're active in the volleyball community. We have 2 children in Laguna Beach Unified School District. I volunteer there on a weekly basis in both of their classrooms. I'm a local real estate agent, contribute annually to School Power, Boys and Girls Club of Laguna Beach. I have served on the Laguna Beach Little League Board. I'm a scholar at the Laguna Beach Board of Realtors. We bought our home when our son was just 2 months old, so that was a lot of fun. He's now 11, and we have a daughter as well, and it's been the heart of our family ever since. We absolutely love South Laguna. We love the beaches there. We spend a lot of time with the community and the neighbors. It's been the heart of our family. I already said that. As we've grown, we've simply outgrown the space. We believe this is a modest addition that will allow us to stay in the home, be happy in the home, and continue to give back to the community that we love. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have 30 seconds or?
She said it all. Thank you.
You gotta love Laguna Beach. We all do. So, all right. Any members of the public wish to speak? Please come to the podium now.
Well, you're lucky. I'm not going to take 3 minutes.
Do I have your promise?
Yes, you've got my word. Good evening, everyone. My name is Brent Spangenberg, and I'm here tonight with my wife, Dory. We are the owners of the property at 31935 Homewood Place, which is located 1 street above the Witt family residence. We've owned the property since October 2003 and love our home in the Laguna Beach area. We understand the Witts' desire to improve their home and add additional square footage in the form of a second story. However, the proposed addition has a significant impact on our property in the form of our view equity, and the effect of us feeling closed in. We have one major area of concern, which we have expressed to James and Chris, which is in the far right-hand corner looking down, which we've discussed with them several times. And James proposed a small reduction of 2 foot by 3 foot by eliminating a corner. This is a good start, but we're asking for more consideration. We are here tonight to explore our options and get the opinion of the design review board members. Of course, once we understand our options, we'll be more than willing to work to come to a final resolution, which is agreeable and fair to all. Thanks for your time and consideration, and thanks for being so helpful in the last few days, trying to give us a better understanding as to what's going on, and visiting our property. See, that was under 3 minutes, right?
Good job. Thanks a lot. Anyone else wish to speak?
I'm David Serurier. I'm a neighbor and a retired architect, and we were at the project, saw where they want to do, and I think that they've done a very good job of, in fact, trying to get this addition into a tough site. So we're in support.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Seeing none, return to the applicant for 3 minutes.
The only thing I will say is I was at a design review board meeting where they called the cops because it almost came to blows. So you guys have a magic button back there.
Well,
But I don't have anything to follow up with. And I'm just available for questions, and I'll answer anything you'd like to know.
All right, with that, any questions? No, if somebody's raising, it's too late. The process is, do you wish to speak on this project? All right, I'm going to open the public hearing, allow her to speak. And you'll have an opportunity to reply if necessary.
I know I'm outnumbered here, but I have to speak. The proposed project does block part of my ocean view. I spoke with the designer about this. And I did have a look at the property, and it looks like it's 3,300 square feet. And it looks like there's enough room for an additional bedroom on the ground floor. So I'm wondering why that can't be considered instead of blocking future views for others as well.
Thank you very much.
Can we have her
Thank you.
address? Can we know where she lives so we can look to see, or is that not even?
You have 1
I'll
minute.
make it brief. I believe I talked to her on the phone. I have no idea who she is or where she lives. And I couldn't read, there was no cogent way for me to respond to what she was asking me about. So I don't know how to move forward with that.
Okay. With that, any questions?
Well, just on that note, did you, when you look around at the homes behind, did you see, besides these homes you've mentioned, that where there would be any substantial impact that would not be?
I've spent a fair amount of time up on that roof. I can't see it.
Yeah,
There's directly behind, there's the Stokesbury's house, and then there's a lot of trees and foliage and so I don't,
Nothing
that I've seen, but
Okay, thank
I
you.
can't speak to it.
Any other questions? With that, I close the public hearing. Who wants to begin? You want to go, MJ?
These are always tricky, right? Because you're in a very congested area and you have every right to expand your home. There's a lot of 2 stories around there. James, it seems like you have found a balance of how to allow everybody to have some view and a reasonably nice views. Allow whoever Mr. Stokesbury is, he gets an apple pie every holiday because he was very kind, because that to me is the more egregious impact. And if he's kind enough to understand that, within growth, you're going to lose something and is willing to give that to his neighbors, I find that really accommodating. So I find that the other home in Homewood, although it has, you did impede into some of their view, they still have a straight on view from primary spaces that is really nice. And I always encourage South Laguna to consider burying those power lines where you can really open up your already beautiful views, because that's more than what they're losing here is the big pole in front of the house. So that's neither here nor there, just a little aside. So I think view equity has been achieved. I think it's definitely designed to be neighborhood compatible. Always nice to see that we're maintaining cottage vibe in that area as opposed to a lot of the stucco monsters that continue to be built. So I appreciate that. So I think your design's there, your neighborhood compatibility's there, view equity's there, and privacy seems to be not an issue. You've achieved your parking based on the requirements of the ADU. So I think everything has been met and I can support the project.
Emer?
I agree with MJ. I think you hit it on the head with your design. I think you went through and you looked at the site, you looked at what's possible. It's a nice addition. You're meeting the design review criteria. Could definitely approve this project tonight.
I concur with my colleagues. When the comments I made about view equity with the earlier one really apply to this one. If anything, this impact on the Spangenbergs is greater than that other one. but still it leaves a tremendous amount of view. Another thing we consider with view equity is the project being proposed. This is a very modest second story. You're entitled to a second story. There's lots of second stories, and it is small and is placed to maximize views from adjoining houses, including the Spangenbergers, who got the better part of that deal. Oftentimes, when you go 2 stories in a neighborhood that has has 2 stories as the neighborhood standard, it's going to block views, some more than others. And some of those are the toughest cases. And I talked to the Spangenbergers, Spangenbergs. It's unfortunate. I would be bummed out if that happened to me. But I think you've got to kind of realize the right of property owners to build needs to be balanced. That's why it's called view equity against your view. And my suggestion is, once this project goes forward, it's going to get approved tonight, is to focus on the view you have, not the more minor but important view you've lost. So with that said, do we have a motion?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 2026-0061, approving design review 2026-0061 and coastal development permit 2026-0062 for the property located at 31982 Virginia Way, and finding said action categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 5301.
Second.
Call the roll.
Board Member Bauta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney.
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion is passed 3-0.
Congratulations. I hope you enjoy the remodel, not the process, but the completion.
Just getting started.
All righty. So the next one we're doing is 5.5, which is 1025 Cortez Avenue, Design Review 2025-2668. Can the applicant come up? There we go. Ex parte, please.
I just reviewed the change.
Chair, I visited the site.
And we've been to the property, so I know it. I did not go to the site or talk to the architect because I didn't need to. Okay, let's just do this expedite. I mean, we've got one narrow issue the way I see it, but go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Design Review Board and members of the public. Item 5.5 is a request for a second hearing for a new in-ground swimming pool, associated mechanical equipment and pole fencing at 1025 Cortez Avenue. To reorient you, the property is located on the west end of Cortez Avenue and on the uphill side of Baja Street. There's no street connection between Cortez and Baja, and the site is currently developed with a single-family residence and attached garage. This illustrates the proposed site plan. The applicant is requesting design review to construct a new swimming pool at the level portion of the rear yard, shown in blue, install the mechanical equipment shown in yellow, and construct pole fencing shown in the dashed red line. When the board previously considered this project, the applicant was proposing white vinyl fencing, and concerns were raised regarding the material's compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. In response, the applicant has revised the project by proposing composite fencing material intended to mimic the appearance of a wood grain with black posts. While the project continues to comply with applicable development standards, staff has identified concerns with the revised fencing material and has included condition of approval number 14 to address these concerns. And tonight, staff is recommending approval of adoption of resolution 25-2268, approving the project with the included conditions.
All right, with that, any questions? Open the public hearing. You've got 5 minutes.
Well, hello again, everyone. So last time I was here, I took the board's recommendation and drove around the neighborhood to try to determine what fence would fit aesthetically there. And driving around, I realized that there's absolutely zero uniformity in the neighborhood on fences, on decks, on roofs, on driveways, on styles of houses. It's all different, which is maybe the part of the charm of this city, right? Otherwise, it would be like Newport Coast, I guess. So it was difficult, and we're looking to do what the homeowner wants, right, for their design. And they're putting in a private pool. Generally on private pools, you want something that gives a little bit of privacy, right? Instead of just an iron fence that has no privacy whatsoever. The other thing they're looking at is an iron fence. There's a lot of maintenance generally. Doesn't do very well around the water. There's a lot of, there's a lot of painting. They rust. There's a lot of things like that. And so that's one of the homeowner's issues. Is privacy and the maintenance and the cost, additional costs that would be involved. So we were looking at vinyl composite type of fencing, which never needs to be painted. It lasts for a long time. It's just the problem is finding one of those that is going to keep it open, where it doesn't disrupt the beauty of the hills and all of that. So, but there are some that are close, maybe a compromise, where it does give them a little bit of privacy and a more cost-efficient fence. Plus the composites there's more warmth in them. They look more homey, whereas a cold metal fence doesn't necessarily, looks kind of cold at times. So with all that being said, those are the issues that we've had. But we don't want to hold the pool up any longer. And the homeowner is willing to let the board pick what fence we put in.
Yeah, I went, no. Anything more? You complete, done?
I'm done.
Okay, any member of the public wish to speak on this? Seeing none, you have 3 minutes. You don't have to use it on rebuttal. Okay, with that said, any questions? Okay, Emir, you want to I'll close the public hearing deliberations, Emir?
Thanks for that. I think the new panels look great. I think it's a step up from the white vinyl. So I think you hit the marker with the rendering you have in the packet. So I could approve this one.
This may shock you. We don't play design. We're not architects. We're not designers. But what we look at is whether it cheapens, the neighborhood. And we felt that white vinyl cheapens. When I reviewed it, I hadn't thought of the privacy issue. And I would have, based upon that, preferred consistent with the neighborhood, although there's a lot worse fences in that neighborhood, the metal fence. But I think in light of your description of why you want the full panel, I mean, at my house, I have as cheap a fence as, it's not cheap, but it's a redwood fence that looks worse than what you have here. So I'd have a lot of nerve saying no. No, I agree with my colleague Emir. I think that meets any fair standard. It maybe isn't what we would prefer, but I think it meets the standard for meeting the guidelines that govern how we make decisions. So I would approve the project.
Thank you. Thanks for going before me. Thank you for indulging me last time you were here. I know it was one of your first times ever here, and you were like, I don't know what is this? This is crazy. So thanks for coming back. Originally, I would have gone with an iron on this after looking at it, but looking at how my board members feel, I'm certainly not opposed to this. Way better than the white vinyl. So that I appreciate. I just pray that it's not a Wayfair packaged, $100 walls that get put together with staple guns and Velcro. So just, I'm trusting you're a contractor and your integrity will make sure that that's quality fencing. The only other request I have, and I don't know if this could be conditional, and if it's it doesn't feel like it'd be a heavy financial burden, is that around this fence, especially on the lower side, that because you're going to dig up quite a bit of vegetation to get this out, to sort of take down some of the heaviness of the fence, is to add like 36-gallon shrubbery around in front of it to sort of break up the long ongoing fence. So I assume I didn't see any landscaping with this beyond what's around the pool. So I'm wondering if I could add, a dozen 36-gallon shrubs to the condition of approval.
I like that idea, MJ.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think warrants it in this case.
I agree 100%. So why don't you make the motion as to what you want to see in the way of plants?
I didn't do the scaling on it, but I would say that in general, maybe every 4 feet. Well, these are what, how wide are the panel to panel with the, do you know?
They're 6 foot.
6 foot?
6 foot. Yes.
Two per panel, you can every other, at least a dozen additional plants to help break this thing up and start growing out it, and if possible, some sort of a vining potential. But just definitely a dozen 36-galloners, not just little, you know.
Let me suggest that the condition be something to the effect of that we would like to see plants along the fence to sufficiently fill it in to be, to tone down the visual appearance of the fence from outside, and we leave it to staff to decide on the particulars.
Oh, that's good. Love that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
The bulk of the fence, the bulk of the fence is that down a slope of a hill where there's already, foliage and stuff there. So it's gonna, but
Yeah,
we can,
absolutely.
when we do that, we can landscape it. and
maybe
make it look nice. so it
replant,
looks
fix it.
like it should be there.
Thank you.
Yes.
You want me to try the condition?
Yeah, just do that. But that's, my concern was you'd be digging some of that up potentially. So, but yes, if you can just rejudge that, and staff will work with you on that.
No,
Thank
no
you.
problem.
Also, Chair, while you're working up with the the recommendation, we could also remove condition number 14 from last time, which was.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. I move that the board adopt resolution 2025-2268, approving design review 2025-2268 with the following: the removal of condition 14 from the proposed resolution that's a part of the agenda, and with the addition of a condition that the applicant will provide a landscaping plan that provides for the planting of sufficient foliage to screen the fence from all public places and neighborhood observation. And that plan can include retaining existing foliage or new plants as the staff may approve. And of course, the plants are to stay below the top of the fence under all circumstances.
Sorry to butt in. Is it a full screen or just like partial, like just to break it up? Yeah, partial.
I'd say a
Work with
partial, but
staff.
majority.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be 100%, but a majority to break it up. Does that work for everybody?
Yep.
Okay, let's, do I have a second?
Second?
Paula?
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion has passed 3-0.
Congratulations, finally. You get your fence?
Thank you. I live close by. That's why I'm here. So.
Give me a second here. Okay, the next item is 5.6. That's 2360 San Clemente Street. Design Review 2026-0018, Coastal Development Permit 26-0019, Revocable Encroachment Permit 26-0020. Ex parte.
Chair, I visited the site and I spoke with one of the homeowners.
I went by the site and spoke to Tim Nickel.
And so did I. Samantha, you're up, please.
Thank you, Chair Gibbs and members of the Design Review Board. This evening, we have an application for Design Review 2026-18, Coastal Development Permit 26-19, and Revocable Encroachment Permit 26-20 at 2360 San Clemente Street. This property is located at the terminus of San Clemente Street with one adjacent property. So it's near the terminus of San Clemente Street in the area shown in blue. The adjacent property shown in yellow is a portion of the property that may come up as a part of our discussion this evening. So we may be circling back to this slide. As there's an adjacent approval already, I guess, an adjacent project already approved by the design review board that has not yet been constructed and will be a part of our discussion this evening. Existing conditions, we have a single levels, my goodness. It's a approximately 3,500 square foot triangular shaped lot on an uphill sloping lot. We do have, let's see, all proposed residential, I am having difficulties today, my apologies. So it does include the existing single-family residence with minor modifications in addition to that single-family residence, in addition to a second-level ADU proposed with interior access and some 2 exterior decks. So the project scope here includes exterior colors and material change, generally looking at some exterior facade changes along that first level, looking at compatibility with the ADU addition. As far as design review goes, we're looking at 2 elevated decks with one just shy of 200 square feet, another at 40 square feet. These are directly adjacent to the proposed upper level ADU. There's additional retaining walls to support the construction here, some grading to support, again, within the building footprint and immediately adjacent to create fire access around the entire unit. A skylight, which you'll see on some of the floor plans coming up. We also have some right-of-way improvements looking at low retaining walls along the driveway, driveway widening to meet the 10-foot lane width on the side of the street, side of San Clemente adjacent to the property, in addition to a 2-foot shoulder being created as a part of this project. A coastal development permit is required for the accessory dwelling unit, and no change to on-site or off-site street parking is currently proposed, as this property is located with proximate to transit. Here you can see the proposed elevations for the project. The top elevation is looking at the south, which would be your front-facing elevation as viewed from San Clemente Street. And the lower image is a side elevation looking at the east side of the property. This would generally be located adjacent. You're seeing the lower portion of that image would be where the carport is located. Generally, that's where the bulk and mass of this upper level area is considered. As far as colors and materials go, we're looking at a charcoal gray composition shingle. The existing property already uses a board and batten material, but we would be looking to replace it with the fiber cement board in an off-white color. And windows and doors would have that cream white framing. Next, you'll see the floor plans. Generally, what we're looking at on that first floor is we're looking at minor building additions. Here, the lowest, I guess, on the left image, we're looking at the first floor. Generally, the middle rectangle is looking at the building addition proposed in conjunction with the primary residence. Top left is looking at the exterior staircase to access the upper level deck. And there's modest improvements on the bottom right that look at a little pop out adjacent to the existing carport and space for an outdoor shower. In the image to the right, this is where we're looking at that second level ADU. The boundary of the orange is showing the footprint of that modest ADU. The decks are shown in blue, and there's a pink skylight shown in a little notch within the ADU. The accessory dwelling unit itself is not subject to design review, though it does require coastal development permits. You'd be considering whether or not there would be any impacts to coastal resources this evening. In this case, the areas that are highlighted in blue and pink are the areas subject to design review, in addition to the exterior modifications at the primary residence, the lower level. An additional part of the scope includes some off-site improvements immediately adjacent to the project site. Here, the applicant is proposing realigning the driveway slightly to widen that approach, including low retaining walls immediately adjacent to the driveway. They're also looking to widen the travel lane to meet a 10-foot width within the northern portion of San Clemente Street, in addition to constructing a 2-foot wide shoulder, looking at effectively a 4-foot increase in the width of the existing San Clemente Street. I bring this up here. We also have, just to the left of this image, you would have an existing project approved for 2354 San Clemente Street. It was considered by the design review and board in 2025. That project does hinge on the construction of a fire access turnaround, including accommodations for for the fire apparatus, looking at a 44-foot fire apparatus turnaround. So it is shown here as a part of this project. In consultation with the building division and the fire marshal for the city of Laguna Beach, they have revised their recommendation. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. Looking at the adjacent property will still require the fire access turnaround. However, it would no longer be tied to, it would no longer hinge, or this project would no longer hinge on the creation of that turnaround. So we'll talk about that a little bit further, but generally this is what we're looking at for offsite improvements as far as the applicant's proposal, including that low retaining wall within the right-of-way adjacent to the driveway, the widening of a portion of San Clemente Street, and the addition of the shoulder.
Samantha, before you go on, is this project include the widening of San Clemente along the property that as shown in this picture?
Yes, that is correct. So the portion here, looking at 2-foot additional width for the street width itself, meeting the 10-foot minimum that we would typically be looking at for private improvements, in addition to a 2-foot shoulder, effectively looking at 4 feet of paved space.
And so it's clear that's part of the project being
That is
proposed tonight? Thank you.
And it is included in the revocable encroachment permit that's up for consideration this evening.
Thanks.
So in looking at this project more broadly, it does comply with the design review guidelines. It complies with the Laguna Beach Municipal Code development standards. There are no adverse impacts to any coastal resources based upon staff's evaluation of the project. And the project does satisfy the required findings in that it does not substantively impact view equity, privacy, and it's neighborhood compatible. Staff did receive 2 correspondence related to this project. One is supportive of the project, though brought up concerns related to construction staging and the coordination thereof. And staff also received an additional letter identifying concerns with approval of additional projects along San Clemente Street due to an inadequate roadway width and evacuation routes in that general vicinity. The letter related to evacuation routes was included in the agenda packet for consideration. So this evening, staff is recommending adoption of resolution number 26-18, approving design review, conditional use permit, and revocable encroachment permit, in addition to finding the project exempt from CEQA per guideline section 15303, with one modification. Staff proposes the removal of condition number 27 as listed in the draft resolution. This is regarding fire apparatus access road and turnaround, specifically related to the construction of this project. And this is in coordination with the city's fire marshal and the building official. All right, this concludes my presentation. I'm available to any questions, as is the applicant.
Thank you very much. Any questions? None. Open the public hearing. Tim, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Tim Nickel, project architect. Thanks, Samantha. That was a good presentation. I think you explained it really well. I only have a couple of things to add. I heard from a few neighbors. Concerns were primarily about parking during construction. So we created a construction staging plan that any parking that's not on site will have to be remote and have the workers shuttled in. So I think that alleviated all the concerns about that the neighbors had. We are changing the siding to a fiber cement, but we're keeping the board and batten look, so it'll maintain the same cottage look on the house as well as the rest of the building. I think that's about it. Did you want to add anything?
No, could you have picked a worse picture of the house? Was it out there? I said, if that doesn't tell them we need to do something.
We're going to improve, we'll improve it.
It's due for a little, we've owned it since 2019 and we've enjoyed it as is, but it's due for a little bit of, a little update. So we're, asking for a modest addition and remodel and, obviously we've talked to the neighbors ourselves too, to just make sure everyone's comfortable. And I think the biggest concern is just not blocking their driveway, during construction. So we'll make sure as we get to the stage of finding a great contractor, that's one of the things we emphasize very, very clearly. These are our neighbors. We care about them.
Thank you very much. And any other comments from applicant? You have a few minutes or a few seconds. With that, any questions? Well, let me ask something. First of all, I appreciate staging. We don't see that a lot, and it's needed in a lot of projects, particularly on a street like San Clemente. Does the city have any comments about the staging plan proposed?
So review of the staging plan would be considered at the time of building plan check, looking specifically at what they have in mind. One requirement is that no staging or no vehicle staging, no parking would be allowed within the public right-of-way, and that's already compliant within the current set of plans for review.
Okay, it sounds to me like, just a second, please. It sounds to me like the appropriate condition would be that staging plan subject to modification as requested by the building department. Patrick, would we need that as a condition? Because if we approved it, it sounds like it's okay. All right. You wanted to make one more comment?
Just, I wanted to add that we would exit the home. We would not be living in the home during the construction stage. So, which does free up our full driveway and carport and make it easier for access of the construction team.
Okay, good. Any other questions? Who wants to begin?
I think it's a well-designed home. I think that there was a lot of thought put into the civil plan and how it ties to the neighborhood. It's very tight up there, so we appreciate the added 2 feet. I think the home meets the design review criteria. I could approve this project tonight.
Yeah, and I concur with Amir. It's well designed. It's a wonderful cottage. You've really kept the nuance of the uniqueness of the Laguna look, and that's wonderful. And I think you've achieved articulation, neighbor compatibility, view equity, all the elements that are important within our criteria. And I look forward to seeing it complete. And you have my support tonight.
Yeah, I concur. Modest project meets all the criteria. As to the ADU, even though I would have liked to seen its story pole to make the determinations for the coastal development permit, including criteria 6 dealing with visual compatibility. I find that it satisfies those criteria, and we can make all the appropriate findings from a visual inspection and walking the project with the applicant. With respect to the REP, I find that it meets, that we can make all the findings, including the requirement. Normally we are very reluctant to approve retaining walls in the right-of-way, but because the removal of this retaining wall, if that street is ever widened, and I personally hope it is widened, would not put your project into non-compliance, and that's very obvious from seeing it. We can make all the findings for the coastal development for the REP. So with that said, do we have a motion?
Chair, I just want to make sure, did we open public comment? And if I missed that, I
Oh
apologize.
yeah, no. I asked for it and then
And once again, I may have missed it.
is there somebody who wishes, I thought I did. Is there somebody who wishes to speak on it? Do you wish to speak?
Then please,
No, you
please
can
come, you have to come to
up
the,
here. I'm going to open the public hearing and I'm going to instruct the board members to have an open mind and change their opinions if they like. So come on up. I could have sworn I did put it up to public hearing. Oh, I apologize.
I'm just in the back. I have nothing to say, but for protocol, I believed you missed that piece. You opened that up just for protocol.
I appreciate you
Not
catching me
to
on.
be a thorn in anyone's side. It's all about protocol. Thank you.
No, I totally appreciate it. And if I didn't open it up for public hearing, my bad. So thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak? Any rebuttal? Okay. I'm now closing the public hearing and we'll go back to deliberations. In light of the public comment, anyone want to change their views or provide additional analysis?
In light of the public comment, I would like to stay with the same review.
Okay. And
I as well would keep
me
the original
too.
comment.
And that won't happen again. Do we have a motion?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution 2026-018, approving design review 2026-0018, coastal development permit 2026-0019, and revocable encroachment permit 2026-002.
Oh, I got to do the.
Zero for the property located at 2360 with the following conditions. Removing item number 27 from the resolution and adding in construction staging plan requirement to shuttle personnel in, subject to city approval, and finding said action categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA section guidelines 15303.
Let me ask Patrick, is 27 being removed or is it being modified?
Yeah,
I read-
being removed.
Okay. The only qualification for that is that the staging plan is subject to modification by the building department. Is that,
I concur with that.
okay, I'll second, call the roll.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Cubney,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs,
Yes,
motion has passed 3-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you much.
And Ray's already looked at the staging plan, so.
Okay, good. Why don't we do one more and then do a break?
I like going. Let's just keep going.
Keep going.
Whenever you need a break, we need to pee.
All right, let's do 5.8. Take a break now. 5.8 is 31886 Hillside Lane, design review 2026-0056, variance 2026-0060. Ex parte, please.
Chair, I visited the site.
I visited the site and met with Aaron, I believe, the homeowner, as well as spoke with James Henry.
Same as me. All right, go ahead.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Design Review Board. Item 5.8 is a request for design review and variance approval for an upper level addition, elevated deck, and new attached garage. The subject property is in the Village Community Zone and is located at the end of Hillside Lane, which is a private road. Here is a street view of the property's current existing conditions. As you can see, it's slightly lower than other adjacent properties. The proposed new one-car garage is 220 square feet. The second story level addition is 274 square feet, and the elevated deck is 51 square feet. In addition to their proposal, they also include new windows and doors for the upper level addition.
All right, let me stop you for a second. Louis, can he participate? It's the very beginning.
Correct, yeah, just for Board Member Wiles' edification. Ms. Mendoza here is just kind of going over the basic facts and figures. There's been no deliberations. I will defer to Board Member Weil if he feels comfortable, but legally he is okay. Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
the item is 5.8, which is 31886 Hillside. It's the second James.
Okay, then I join.
Okay, go ahead. Thanks, Jessica.
Yes. Along with the request for design review approval is a variance request for the 2-foot encroachment into the west side yard of the property. This is for the new proposed garage. Before you is the site plan, shows the location of the new deck highlighted in yellow, which is primarily situated above the new car garage and the attached upper level addition. The second level addition highlighted in yellow is built above the new proposed garage. And the new one-car garage is shown here, also highlighted in yellow. As you can see, there is an encroachment into the 5-foot setback, and they're only encroaching about 2 feet into that. The following front elevation depicts the proposed addition and the garage and the new deck, showing the new windows and doors proposed. On the west side elevation, we can see the new mass addition which will be created above the proposed garage. This also shows a side view of the position of the garage as well. The windows facing the west side towards the adjacent neighbor. Here is a colored rendering that highlights a muted sage green exterior, introduces a very fresh and modern aesthetic, but also maintaining the consistency to the coastal cottage character of the existing single-family residence. In conclusion, the project complies with the design review criteria. The variance is required to encroach into the side yard setback. Staff believes the variance can be supported and findings can be made. The project does not substantively impair any views, privacy, and will be compatible with the types and scales of improvements that are present within the neighborhood. Staff recommends for the board to adopt resolution 26-0056. This is approving categorical exemption per CEQA guidelines section 15301, approving variance 26-0060, and design review 26-0056. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions from the board? No, I open a public hearing. James, 5 minutes.
Hello, James Henry, designer on the project. I'm here tonight with Tom Cantrell, owner. You guys met his wife and kids on site, hopefully. I'm not going to go into a long introduction for the project. As staff, the staff report has done an excellent job of laying out the particulars, but I'm available for any additional questions you may have. The project before you tonight is a small addition to an existing single-family cottage in South Laguna. The existing house of 478 square feet, and we are adding 275. The addition is an upper-level addition above a new garage, which is a primary suite. The space next to the existing structure is not wide enough to provide a legal parking space. As such, we are requesting to encroach into the side yard setback to provide the required parking. The existing site conditions and topography justify the approval of a variance in this instance. There are numerous examples of existing and approved setback encroachments throughout the area of South Laguna. The variance would not be injurious to neighboring properties, nor would be contrary to the objectives of the zoning ordinance or general plan. To create the garage space, we are excavating to bring the garage down to a line with the street, which with an 8-foot plate height puts the floor of the room above a few feet higher than the existing living area. This puts the low slope roof above the bedroom a few feet higher than the existing roof. We are also proposing a small pop-up in the roof, which is in line with the new bedroom, but is over the existing bedroom to create a loft space where he can have both of his kids reside, a little more space in that tiny house. The design is continuing the beach cottage style and will make a functional home with off-street parking. The project maintains the small South Laguna feel, and even with the addition is still significantly smaller than the surrounding homes. The home is owned by Tom and his wife Erin and their 2 young children, and the Cantrells are local end users of this property. As a fellow longtime resident of South Laguna, these are the people that everyone hopes is moving into their neighborhood. I'm going to hand the mic over to Tom, and I'm available for any questions.
Good evening, board members. My name is Tom Cantrell. I'm a resident at 31886 Hillside Lane. First, I want to thank you for taking the time to review the project and taking the staff recommendations. My wife and I have lived at this location for going on 10 years, first as renters, and then when my firstborn was about 1 month old, we were given the opportunity to purchase. It was a lot at the time, but one of the best decisions I ever made. It has been a dream of ours to continue to live and serve and raise our children in this community. We feel a very close connection with South Laguna community and are invested in its fabric in many ways. This project will allow us to continue to remain at this location and foster those connections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for what you contribute to our community. Any members of the public wish to speak?
Hi. Tommy and Aaron are our neighbors, and like James had said, these are the people that you want to be in not just South Laguna, but Laguna overall. I give hand-me-downs from my kids to theirs, and they are a treasure. And speaking from personal experience in outgrowing your home, and I can only imagine their experience. When we met them, they didn't have any kids, and we are so blessed for the community that now they have two. And they get to grow and nurture these children to be like them. And that's just an added bonus to our community. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? I see someone approaching.
Hi, my name is Maho Alistair. I own the house across from their house on a hillside. Tom was in fact our tenant years and years ago. He's a wonderful man. We really enjoyed having him. The house looked beautiful. I just wanted to make sure, last year we talked about they wanted to pave the street on a hillside lane so that they create children to play. My brother-in-law, who is a civil engineer, and I looked up the possibilities as it would improve to pave the street, but it turned out to be, because of the hillside, we'll have a lot of water coming down when it rains. I just wanted to make sure that during this construction, it didn't seem like it is included to pave the street. I just wanted to make sure of that. Otherwise, there was a house in front of us. The lady was very, very furious having paved street on a hillside. So I just wanted to make sure, she's an ex-judge, so she was very strict. So I just didn't want her to get upset. So it didn't look like it was included, but I just wanted to make sure to note it. Otherwise, house is beautiful. There are cute couples and beautiful children. So wish you luck.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Okay, I'll return it to the applicant. You have 3 minutes.
So, yeah, we're not proposing anything with the private street. I live on Wildwood Road, which is a private street as well, and we went through the process of repaving. It was already paved, which is a little different condition there, than Hillside is. I went to school with the son of the judge, and I know her well, so we can, if we need to get her on board, I think we could do it, but that's a totally separate animal than what we're discussing here tonight.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you very much. All right, any questions? I have none. Louis, you get to go first. We've been carrying the load while you were gone.
First of all, did you win?
We won first place for the fourth, fifth graders, and then second place for the second, third graders.
Congrats.
My son had basketball games, or both sons had basketball games for the championship tonight. So that's my reason for being late. I apologize. I've missed a lot of games on Thursdays. But as far as this project goes, I want to commend the applicant for a really modest remodel, one that's very much into the characteristic of what South Laguna really represents. I think the variances are justified, as it really does kind of try to bring towards conformity given the small nature of the lot. There are plenty of examples, and this would, by not allowing this, it would definitely reduce your right to enjoyment as others enjoy in the area. And it'd be detrimental to your project. Overall, the style, the characteristics is beautiful. I fully support it for the design review criteria and the outlines from staff. So I'm supportive of it this evening. Thank you so much.
MJ.
Yeah, I concur with Louis. It's a very modest project. I think the variance can be found based on, like what you said, in that whole area. There's a lot of encroachment. We look at it from lot to lot. I almost want to give you more just for Legos alone, because you're going to need storage for that. But it's lovely, and the design is classic, Laguna Cottage. And it's always nice to see neighbors get on the way you do and have some young people in here. A nice antithesis to the start of this meeting is to have what's happened here tonight with your neighbors. Thank you.
Emer?
I think I applaud the design team for going through the effort of getting all the correspondence from neighbors. I think that makes for a very diligent process. So we appreciate that. To definitely approve this project tonight.
And I concur. It's perfect project, meets all the guidelines, variance, can make all the findings. With that said, do we have a motion?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution 2026-0061, approving design review 2026-0056 and variance 2026-0060 for the property located at 31886 Hillside Lane and finding said action categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15303.
Second.
Call the roll.
Board Member Bauta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney.
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion is passed 4-0.
Okay, congratulations. We need to take a short break. When we be back at 10 to 7.
We have. Okay.
in order. The next item, I'll read it and then state kind of where we are on it, because I know a lot of you have been waiting. I put this project off until Lewis could be here. So that's why, so we're going to change the order once again to move up 5.9950 Baja Street to go right now. So I'm calling that, it's, as I said, I stated the address, it's Design Review 2025-1195, Coastal Development Permit 2026-0057. Now, on this project, the applicant is not here. Well, we can hear it. It's been noticed. Absolutely, we can hear it.
So, yeah, once again, Chair, if I may.
Yeah.
The decision to continue or hear an item rests with the board. Unequivocally, after it's noticed, practically, if the chair or the board would like staff's advice or counsel on that matter, that is for future. But as of the rules state that the board is the city ultimate decider on the topic.
Yeah, let me finish my statement, kind of answers your question there, Louis. So this project is controversial. It was, it's been through several hearings before us, and then an appeal to the city council, and then back, they granted the appeal with directions to us. I spent a considerable amount of time on it. I know that the applicant and the residents made themselves available and spent considerable time on this. And this morning, I think it's, I'm not sure exactly when, we heard from the applicant that they're requesting a continuance. And the continuance is to a date in March, which I'm not sure we're going to be able to give them, even if we were to grant a continuance. The issue before us is really twofold. First, whether to grant a continuance, and I'll open the public hearing on that. We don't have an applicant, even though we can deny the continuance and proceed with the project consideration without the applicant present. But so the first step is the continuance. And on that, when I open the public hearing, the continuance request is till March 28, 2026, our meeting, second meeting in March. I'm going to open the public hearing, and then members of the public can speak on the issue of whether we should grant the continuance or not. At that point, the board will, after closing the public hearing and having any questions answered, make deliberations and make a decision on the continuance. If we deny the continuance, we will then address the merits. But we need to do first step first. Is there any, go ahead.
Chair, I just want to make sure that the continuance be to March 26th.
I've written March 28th. This is March 26th.
March 26th, March 28th is a Saturday. We will not be having the meeting.
Darn.
Saturday.
Darn. I'd rather do it on Saturday. How about Saturday at the beach? Let's say around, 10 o'clock. Okay, March 26th. So with that, is there any need for the staff to do a report on the continuance issue first?
No, other than I would just add this was at the request of the applicant.
Yeah.
This was not staff's selection. And so with that, Chair, no need for a staff report.
Okay.
Just a reminder to the public, they can only talk on the
That's what I
nature
just
of it.
said. I just said, issue one, continuance only, then we'll make a decision. I'll close the public hearing and we'll decide whether to grant the continuance. Okay, so.
Chair, can we get a brief summary of the history of this project?
No, I think it's just the I kind of gave a brief summary.
Okay.
But I don't think, I'll talk about during deliberations, the merits, but, somewhat touch on the merits. But right now, the problem is you don't, it's just not a good thing to, when everybody depends on it, to continue it on the day of the hearing. I'm not a big fan, I'll just tell you that, but I'll get into deliberations. Let's start with the members of the public who wish to speak on the issue of continuance only. Anybody?
Thank you. My name is Paige Lyle, and I live at 940 Baja Street. And I've been through many design review boards in the number of years that I've lived on Baja. I have never seen so many continuances, and especially at the very last minute. We have prepared and prepared and prepared, and we've met with as many of you as we possibly could. And to get a notice at the very last minute, when I was getting ready to come down here to speak. And I think it's very unfair. And for the applicant to do this, I think they're very disorganized and they don't know what they're doing. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Let me kind of state my position first. I think it's a terrible practice, and I'm disappointed in the applicant doing it at the last minute. This project, and I said I'd touch on the merits, it was very clear the direction of the city council on what needed to be done. If they think they didn't do it, then you know, it's getting close, and I'm not sure if it's the last hearing or not. But to now say that they need to do more after everybody's gone this far down the road is, in my opinion, is not good. I, right now, am against the continuance, but I want to hear what my colleagues have to say. Louis?
We have seen them, I mean, in my tenure for last minute continuances, normally it's because of some revisions or changes that the applicant wants to make and get clear. And I think with some of the new rules of trying to only have limited hearings, that it was in their interests to just get their documents a little more buttoned up, make some feedback changes that they got this week from the neighbors and through conversations. So I think a continuance is fine. I think I'd be pushing more for a meeting in April to get that done, as that's been the, you know, practice of the board.
Emer?
Yeah, I think I'm in favor of a continuance. I think there's, you know, hopefully it's understood by the applicant that this can't occur again on this particular project. But we definitely want to hear this. I mean, we initially approved this project on 3-2, so I think it's fair that we come back and we get heard again.
Okay, MJ?
Yeah, I concur that I think they should have another go at. I mean, you said that they think they have more they can do. I didn't know if it's they think or if they think we want them to do more. So I think that might have been where the disconnect is they think they just need to maybe get some more evidence or something. So I want to give them another opportunity. It's quite an effort to go through the city and go through all this and put the city through a lot for a whole nother redo. I'd like to give them another chance.
Okay, in light of what my colleagues have said, I will reluctantly concur in a continuance to April and a meeting in April.
Okay, Chair, I'll make a motion. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
real quick, one last thing, but I want it very clear that I'm not going to agree to another continuance at the last minute on this project. There needs to be, and it should be communicated to the applicant that there will be no continuances. This is it, what they're going to present. What meetings are available in April that would work?
April 9th, I believe.
It would be April 9th or April 23rd.
And then Chair, if I may, since I can kind of see the writing on the wall, I just wanted to note for the record, I believe it was mentioned earlier, there is the kind of that 5 hearing rule, and that with the complicated history of the project, and just for the record, the applicant has warranted to both to me and to my colleague to the right that a continuance tonight waives that 5 hearing rule. So I didn't want to say that until you guys had already deliberated. I don't want to put my finger on the scales at all, but just for the board. Thank you, Chair.
Louis, make your motion.
Okay, I'll move project number 5.9 at 950 Baja Street to April 9th to be continued.
Second.
Call the roll.
Board Member Bauta,
Yes.
Board Member Kovney?
Yes.
Board Member Weil?
Yes.
Chair Gibbs?
Yes.
Motion is passed 4-0.
Okay, so the next item up will be, and Louis, I know you ran back. Yeah, we're going to do,
You get this one done before.
I know we were trying, but you said you'd get back closer to 7, so you came back early. All right, 512, that's 2500 Glen Eyrie Street, Design Review 2025-1431, Coastal Development Permit 2025-1432, Variance 2025-1433, revocable encroachment permit, 2025-1434. Ex parte, please.
Chair, I visited a site.
I didn't do anything because I've already visited the site and I just reviewed the new plans.
And I met with Mark Abel and the owner at the site.
Oh, and Chair, just for the record, I believe the conflict of interest from Board Member Weil is based off of an interest in real property. Thank you.
Nearby, yeah. All right, do we have, who's doing this one?
That'll be me.
Oh, that's right. You better be good. You got, real talent to follow.
No pressure. Thank you, Chair Gibbs, and good evening, board members. My name is Bill Rodriguez, Planning Manager for the Community Development Department. I am filling in for the project planner, Sherry R. Hahn, who could not be with us this evening. Anyway, this is for the property design review and several other related applications for the property located at 2500 Glenary Street. The board has seen this project in the past. Again, the property is located at 2500 Glenary Street. It consists of 3 separate parcels, which are proposed to be merged into a single parcel through a separate action. There is a condition of approval within the resolution recommending approval of the project that would require that merger to occur prior to any construction happening on the project site. As you can see in the image to the left, there is a water course that runs through the property. The water course itself is represented by the darker blue, very thin line. And then there is a code required 25-foot buffer from that water course line, which is represented by the light blue. Within the image to the right, the proposed house would be located on the left side of the blue watercourse area. The house would be kind of set within that yellow and green footprint. The house itself is generally triangular in nature just because of other site constraints that exist that influence the shape of the building. The project was reviewed, I believe, in December of 2025 by the Design Review Board. At that point in time, the board was generally supportive of the project, including the CEQA determination. However, there were concerns related to privacy and potential impacts to the adjacent historically designated property to the left of the subject property. Direction from this board was to provide additional separation where feasible, to reduce or reorient windows as appropriate, to utilize opaque glazing, and to find other screening measures. In response to some other concerns about impacts to the historic property next door, there was a historic assessment report that was done. We've taken a closer look at the project's potential for impact through the California Environmental Quality Act. It is staff's opinion that there is not the potential to have an adverse impact on that historic structure. All of the improvements that are proposed are on the subject property. Sort of normal and construction techniques would be utilized in the construction of property to ensure that the slope as it is graded out is shored up to do as much as possible to protect that adjacent property. There was also a recommended condition of approval, number 24, to provide for some of the geologic or potential for any movement of that soil through some monitoring techniques, which I believe will certainly benefit both the applicant as well as the adjacent property owner to ensure that we have some baseline information as to where grades are and, before the project starts, as well as at various intervals throughout the construction of the project. So we have a couple of images here that show the design changes made by the project architect. The red areas represent the windows and those portions of the windows that are going to be modified, perhaps made opaque. I will let the applicant team speak more to that issue when they have the opportunity. We also have a series of images on the right-hand side of this slide which show the relative positioning of the project windows and the windows on that historic property to the left. As you can see, none of the windows are directly aligned with each other. They are all either vertically and or horizontally offset from one another. So in conclusion, and with the requested variances, staff does find that the project is consistent and complies with the city's design review criteria, as well as our general plan, that there are no significant adverse impacts to coastal resources, and that the revocable encroachment permit and the variance requests are reasonable and justifiable. So with that, staff is recommending approval of Resolution 2025-1431, approving the categorical exemption per SEQA, approving the variance, the REP, the coastal development permit, and the design review application. So with that, I will conclude my remarks and turn things back over to the board and note that the applicant team is here and to speak and answer your questions.
Bill, can you go back to the page showing the opaque window distribution? I have a question for you about that. Thank you. So are all the lower story, those windows are all opaque?
That's my understanding, correct? Yes.
Okay. And then the three would be half opaque in the front part of the house on the second story or the upper story?
That's correct. The bottom half of the windows where most people's sight lines would be from, as opposed to the top half of the window.
Okay, thank you. Keep that page handy. I might need it more later. Okay, with that, any other questions of staff? With that, I open the public hearing. Mark, you're up.
Good evening, board. Thank you. My name is Mark Abel. I'm the architect representing the Kissiel family. At our first hearing, given a very arduous, complicated project, we had tremendous momentum. The brass ring was right there in the first hearing, and then Chair Gibbs said, but we'd like opaque film on all the windows and none of them operable on the north side. Great job, by the way. I didn't expect that. It seemed a little hasty, so he asked us to go back and take a look at window alignments and, sight lines and privacy issues. And here we are tonight. So I really appreciated that opportunity, and I took it to task. I laid out both houses in plan and to see how the windows lined up, and then cut 3 sections at the first front window, middle window, and rear door. Basically all the views out of the neighbor, and then got the floor levels correct and the fence and everything that all factored in. So that I was able to do a pretty decent, fair review of sight lines in that. And from that, yes, opaque on all the lower level. And the rear window, we did have an egress issue, which is what gave us pause for a second hearing. That is the rear bedroom. That is not adjacent to any of this 500 square foot cottage. So that one window, we don't have opaque on, and it can still remain a casement for its egress. We did remove one window out of the bathroom upstairs, but the sightline revealed that a half opaque on the upper level windows, the 3, would cut off the downward view. Now, and then the other operable windows are now awning windows that just push out at the bottom a little bit rather than the full casement swing. And so that's what I tried to capture in this graphic I sent to everyone, and it's been digested and up on the board there. So that would be, we feel, is a reasonable compromise, maybe from all opaque, but we'll see how the board listens.
Thank you very much. Any public speakers wish to speak? Now's your opportunity. Seeing none, I return it back to you. You have 3 minutes if you'd like.
We did send this to the neighbor, and we did not receive any objections. So that's all I'll add.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? I will close the public hearing. Let me let me start, since this kind of was, directed by me, and I think there was one board member who didn't want the project at all, who's not here tonight. So the windows, you have a lot of windows on the second story on the other side of the house. What you've done here, and I talked to you about this, I believe you have the right to build there. And what you've designed there is to maximize what limited building space you have. And it's a good project, Mark. I told you that. I think it's a good project. But you happen on that side to be right next to an old historic house with 2 rooms that are going to be right there. And I walked the project with you, and I thought about it. And I don't know what the story is with the other owner not being here, but my view really hasn't changed as to those 3 upper story windows. In being out there, the back windows, I think you're okay with. But your view orientation is the front, and it's just a constraint of your lot that you happen to be next to a historic house and you're right on top of them. You know, we could take the position that's too much mass and scale next to that house, which is what that member who's not here basically said. And I was on the line on that. You know, but to have said you can't do that would be effectively building a 500 square foot single story house there, if you could even do that. So I'm reluctantly good with your house being that close to that, but you know, with partially, I think a 5-foot person could see over it and right into the historic house. And I just think under all the circumstances, what's fair here is they don't want that house that close. They don't want it there. And all you're asking in return for privacy is to make those 3 sets of windows fully opaque. So that's where I am. I'm interested to hear what my colleagues have to say. And also non-operable. I mean, they could do the come out, you know, the kind where they come out so you can get some airflow. But other than that, non-operable.
Great.
Respectfully, I disagree with Chair Gibbs. I think you've been extreme in your what would you call it, fog? I can't remember. All of a sudden I lose the glazing that covering the windows the way you have, I think is extreme. And I appreciate you doing it. I think you've shown clearly, and I saw it when I was there, that you're never going to align window to window, and you're never going to stand and look down into someone's home and they're going to be there looking up. It's just, I know you're tight and your side lines are tight. This is a very tricky lot. I think you've really found a way to make it work. So I feel like what you've done here is more than adequate in covering the windows for limiting as much of the potential privacy issue that there is. So I absolutely concur that this is really well done. I mean, not concur, I guess. With you, I concur. And with you, I do not. I do not. And I think everything else, as far as as I think I mentioned it last, the variance that's achieved and the REP is achieved. So no other issues at all. I think you're there, and I can support the project tonight.
Emir?
I agree with MJ's comments. I think the project definitely heard what we had to say in the last hearing, and they followed through with a lot of it. I do also understand Chair Gibbs' concerns. You know, maybe those could be mitigated by the historical property because of this property going above and beyond with the rest of their elevation. That could sort of kind of get them to an even keel, right? You know, a lot of times in the design review board, we say if both parties leave with a little bit, you know, unhappiness, then we did our job, because sometimes you can't split the egg perfectly. So I think in this case, with what the updates were that Mark did, I think they meet the design review criteria for privacy, and I could approve this project tonight.
Okay, there's a need to have 3 votes. This is what I'm willing to do because if 2 votes will not approve the project. In light of what my colleagues say, if we can get an agreement that those windows are non-operable, except, you know, the limited couple of inches opening, I can go with making them half opaque.
I think that master has to be operable for fire egress.
Which one?
Not the master. We've got a
Bedroom.
deck and a.
That's in the
patio
back.
door.
I'm not touching
Okay.
that.
Just the rear bedroom is. got
The
a
rear
egress.
bedroom needs to be operable.
Yeah, and
That one's really not in play too much.
And Chair, I did want to jump in. I'm not in the requirement for 3 votes for a resolution is at the city council level.
I misunderstood. I thought it took
Correct.
3 votes.
You are for the as I said before, bodies.
2 votes could pass it tonight.
2 votes could pass it tonight. Yes. Chair.
Okay, so I'm willing, so I really appreciate that correction because I was wrong there. So you guys can approve it as is. To get my vote would be that those windows become of limited operability.
Chair Gibbs, I've got to say, this Laguna Beach, you got to let them get some fresh air out here. Come around, we got to get it. Come on.
No, that's as far as I'm willing to go. So if that's not agreeable, why don't you guys make a motion?
You know, Chair, if I could, give me 1 second. While the I want to make sure that my correction of yours was accurate.
My understanding is 3 votes.
And,
but you're the
and
lawyer.
I believe that that could be a unique function of the DRB and its bylaws. I am, well, once again, so
Yeah, we
I
need
was
to
going
be
off of
sure.
the general, so yeah, give me just 1 or 2 minutes.
Can I ask a question of the applicant then before, just to try to nudge this along? The windows of concern that need to not open that much are which windows in particular, Chair?
All of them except the rear bedroom.
All of them except for
They're
the rear
all
bedroom.
awning, yeah,
And their awning go out like this.
about that far.
Yeah, they don't extend. They
Yeah.
usually have a little.
So,
I'm
prong.
fine with that. For all 3 windows?
Yeah, they're all awning windows.
yeah, just the rear bedroom is the only casement because we have to have a 20-inch.
So you're good with what I'm saying? You're
Yeah.
planning on that?
Yeah, they're all called out as.
So why
awning.
don't we just make
Yeah,
that?
let's do it.
I'm cool with that.
But while we're learning, let's
Scott,
learn.
so
What did you
Chair,
learn?
I do apologize, egg on my face.
Oh.
If you guys wanted to continue it, it could be 2 to 1, but I do sit corrected. I apologize to the audience that yes, 3 affirmative votes are required even at the DRB level to adopt the resolution. Lesson learned, it'll never happen again.
No
Thank you,
worries.
Chair.
You've been forgiven. And luckily it gave us a chance to clarify. So Chair gives.
It's just for the record, are these already in your plans in the application to have this
Yeah,
limited?
this drawing was sent in by the deadline of December 12th.
Do that drawing provide for the limited operability of those windows?
Yeah, what's was shown is on here. It shows the amount of opaque and what ones are awning, the window we removed, everything that
Okay, Mark, so when you say awning, is that the type of window that you're putting in there?
yeah, it hinges at the top and it just opens out at the bottom.
And that's true for all 3 windows?
Yes.
Okay, if that's in the plans, I think we're, Bill, are you satisfied that that's what the plans provide? Hate to put you on the
Mayor?
spot, but,
Can you make a motion? You want to do it?
wait a second. I got-
Yes, I am.
Okay,
Yeah,
Emir,
I'd like to make a motion of item 5.12, design review 20251431, coastal development permit 20251432, variance 20251433, revocable encroachment permit 20251434 at 2500 Glen Eyre Street. We had a number 24 monitoring program that needs to be added as a condition of approval, or no?
No, that should be in the resolution.
That's in the
already.
resolution. Okay, so approval of this project, it is exempt, categorically exempt pursuant to section 15303 CEQA. And I think I covered everything. Do I have a second?
Second.
Paulo?
Board Member Balta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion has passed 3-0.
Thank you very much. Thanks, guys.
All right, the next one, could somebody find Lewis over at the bar? Excuse me. All right, I was joking about that. This is 5.3, item 5.3, which is 490 Hillage. And it's design review 2025-2075. Ex parte, please.
Chair, I visited a site, met with the homeowners and the project designer.
And I spoke with Steve Coratani.
Met with project applicant and the property owners, Karen, is that right? And then Steve Coratani.
Okay, I met with Warren and the owner. And I met with Karen Lewandowski and Steve Caratani. Okay.
Chair, apologies, our staff person's on their way over, so we might need 1 moment before she gets set.
Okay, no worries. All right, Kate, you're up. When you're ready.
You're ready.
Thank you for everyone's patience. Good evening again. Item 5.3 is a request for new elevated decks, new window and door openings, and exterior modifications to a street-facing facade for the property located at 490 Hill Edge Drive. Next slide, please. The board previously considered this project on November 13th, 2025, and in response to the applicant's proposed modifications presented at the hearing, the board continued the project to allow for proper review of the proposed changes. For background, the project site is currently improved with a 3-story residence and no covered parking. In February 2023, the property was approved for a garage conversion to a JADU and a conversion of the lowest level to an ADU. Building permits were subsequently issued that summer, and the ADU and JADU are not part of the design review request tonight. The slide before you compares the previous site layout and revised site layout. The revised, oh, I'm sorry, could you go to the next slide, please? The revised site layout removes the previously proposed covered entry and tower element at the front of the property, and instead proposes a 1-car garage placed further into the property shown in yellow, and an uncovered tandem parking space directly in front shown in the red line. The elevated deck area shown in the peachy color was also reduced on the 3rd level east side deck and on the 2nd level rear deck. Next slide, please. This slide shows the changes for the front street elevation. The key area of change is circled in red. Next slide, please. And this slide shows the changes for the east side elevation. As you can see, the garage is positioned closer to the existing residence, which reduces the proposed deck area, and a car barrier wall is proposed on top of the previously approved retaining wall. Next slide. The project continues to comply with applicable development standards and is designed within the allowable building envelope. Staff also finds the revised project addresses concerns related to mass and scale, neighborhood compatibility, and parking as it relates to this request. In terms of public correspondence, staff has received 4 letters in support of the project and 6 letters in opposition of the project, with primary concerns related to the ADU, JADU, and parking. Next slide. And staff is recommending the board to adopt resolution 25-2075, approving the project tonight.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
I have a question. Between the two, last time they were here, did the square footage change at all?
The square footage of
Of
the
of-
primary residence?
Yeah.
No, it has not.
Okay.
All right, thank you. I open the public hearing. Applicant, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So I think long and short of this whole discussion is, at our previous hearing, the board gave us clear and concise direction, which was provide on-site parking, reduce the upper and lower decks, and that was my takeaway. And I think that's correct. We followed that to the T. We reduced the upper deck by almost 60%. We provided on-site covered parking, fully legal. We provided on-site uncovered parking, fully legal. The project complies to code in every way. A tandem parking does require design review. For it to be even, let's say, even more compliant, the tandem parking, in theory, should be a covered space, because a single-family residence required 2-car covered. We felt, especially the immediate neighbor, would not like that. As it is now, the covered parking gives her some concern. Another thing that gives her concern is the car barrier. That car barrier will be required by the building department. What we originally proposed was just a solid CMU wall. Instead, we're proposing to the neighbor and to the board an open rail. It will need to be structurally constructed, probably of 4x6 steel, and probably a 4 or 6 by posts. But in between them, a simple cable rail. We've proposed that and showed it to the neighbor. It felt like it was helping mass and scale for her. I did meet with her on site about the lowest deck. It is confirmed that it is going no farther. So think of it as thirds, the two wings and the middle of that deck. The middle is going out. No one has a problem with that. On her side, she wanted to make sure that that side doesn't go out any farther. We agree. So there are at least 3 on-street parking right in front of the house. That street is 30 feet wide. On the other side, it's no parking, therefore allowing what the fire department requires, 10 feet lane of travel each side. In front of this property, no one has to stop. No one has to stop and wait for someone to go by. Yes, it's a tight curve. It's a tight, steep curve, but it's 100% code compliant on that behalf. The ADU and JEDU at the time and now, because they were previously approved, recorded, permitted, they do not require parking. The ADU and JDU themselves are not at conversation, part of this conversation. So I fully believe that we followed the board's recommendation in every way. Reese, did you want to
Yes,
say
thanks.
something?
Sorry. Thank you. Thanks for everybody for coming out and meeting with us and visiting the site. I just want to reiterate a few things that Warren said. After the meeting last time, we went in and took every one of your considerations and implemented them as best we could. We wanted to keep it fair for both sides. We were very cognizant of our neighbors' concerns about parking, and therefore we did end up putting on a garage and an open parking spot to alleviate the street from the 2 additional parking spots that they thought were being utilized. We just want to also say that around that neighborhood is very tight. We provided the board with a list of houses in that neighborhood that have 1-car garages, that have tight driveways. In front of Hillage, or the beginning of Hillage, there is a sense of tightness. I think everybody on that street would agree. But where we are, as Warren said, we have the maximum allowability for fire access.
Okay, thank you. All right, any members of the public? How many people are going to speak on this one? Please raise your hand. Okay, just keep it flowing. Well, I'll keep the 3-minute time period. But
Hi, everyone. I'm Karen Ludowski next door. We made progress on the decks. Thank you. If the second level bedroom deck next to me is as-built depth, that's great. I'd still want to see it in writing, but that's because of the story poles being different than what the plans show. The smaller 3rd level deck is also an improvement. Thank you. But now it's replaced with a garage, and similar issues remain with mass and scale next to my home, blocking light and air, and also parking and now garage door noise next to my bedroom. I know the board suggested putting a garage there, and I really appreciate that intention. If this actually solved our parking problem, I might not be as resistant to the trade-offs I'm expected to accept. But this plan still has 1 functional parking spot. It might check a box that says it's 2, but in the real world, it's 1. There was previously also 1 non-conforming spot on the last plans, so this really feels like a gift of more square footage without improving the parking situation for neighbors. If this is approved as now, I respectfully request as conditions of approval. Warren touched on the railing. I did see 1 drawing, but I didn't see it from my elevation in terms of that 5-foot wall from the street to the garage. I would really appreciate that to be what they've discussed, but I haven't seen anything, so I would ask the board to ensure that that would happen. I'd like to ask if something could be put in place that this garage, to ensure that it could not be converted to living space in the future. This feels like another square footage grab on this project, and I would like, if it's possible, because that's for you, if there's a way to put a deed restriction or something on that. Please ensure lighting and glare is addressed along these new walls. There's a covered patio there underneath the garage and in front of the garage that may shine directly into my windows. I'm not clear on those plans. I don't know if there's a solution for garage door noise right next to my bedroom, but I asked if there is. I'd please again request, sorry, a construction, parking and staging plan and dirt and dust mitigation and ongoing site maintenance, which just has been a nightmare. I'm torn because I am so tired of this nightmare and I really want to see it done. It's tempting to give up the defense and accept a very suboptimal solution. But after 16 years, I know what life is going to be like with this parking situation. The applicant has never lived there and has no idea or concern about this. If they had, I don't think they would claim the 3 street spots in front of their property. That's not reasonable or fair to the rest of us. What I and many other neighbors would really like to see is what was before. Maybe one lower ADU and multiple real parking spots, which given the questionable project history is probably where it should be right now. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening. I'm Jeanette Rocchio Whitlatch. I live at 501 Mystic Way across the street from this project. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of my husband, Don Whitlatch. Don passed away in November of 2023. He worked tirelessly from his wheelchair right up until the day he passed, attempting to get the city's attention when he saw illegal and unpermitted work taking place on this site. When Don saw the garage and retaining walls being demolished without permits, he emailed the city to ask why this project wasn't going in front of the Design Review Board and how this could be possible. As far as I know, he never got an answer and he was very frustrated. The site previously provided for 1 residence, a 2-car garage, and additional on-site parking. This project proposes an increase from 1 to 3 residential residents with only 1-car garage. This proposed project is unconscionable and needs to be stopped. I oppose this project for the same reasons as mentioned by my neighbor. Thank you. And I appreciate all of you working so tirelessly every week or however often you work. I can't believe how much you do. It's unbelievable to me. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is David Langren. I'm speaking on behalf of Brian Corrigan, who lives at 458 Hill Edge. He couldn't be here, but obviously he's asked me to read this letter that he sent to you guys. First of all, thank you for the work that you do. City and state ADU code cannot trump fire life safety. The concept of state-approved and city-approved ADUs is in response to the extensive demand for reasonably priced accommodations within all communities of California. While the law is correct, its application in certain geographic locations is unachievable. Hill Edge Drive and Mystic Way happen to be one of those locations. The street is less than 20 feet wide, a pinch point adjacent to the 490 property. There are no sidewalks. Vehicles parked at this location impede fire trucks. Last fall, I observed a fire truck with lights and sirens unable to navigate the street due to a parked Range Rover. Honking their horn, the Laguna Beach fire officers were not very happy. Many neighbors surrounding 490 Hill Edge live in multi-million-dollar homes. If a fire truck cannot navigate or perform, those homes will burn. Following such, affected homeowners may litigate both the city and the DRB for having approved a project which contributes to their houses burning down. I'm not sure either are built for that kind of litigation. My property insurance company says this part of Laguna is considered a level 5 fire zone. Therefore, any response to a fire is going to include the largest type of fire equipment. Let's not overlook the lack of vegetation management. We are going to have another large fire event. A more reasonable proposition would be to allow ADU use in an environment where you can meet standard fire life safety and traffic, including approval by the fire department. On behalf of my family, I object to this project unless it is revised and reapproved by all requisite agencies, including the Laguna Beach Fire Department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Naveen Marino here speaking on behalf of Laura Baldridge at 500 Mystic Way and Guy Johnson at 506 Mystic Way. They were unable to attend but wrote letters and asked if I could read in summary for them. The project proposes three residential units while providing only one truly functional on-site parking space. The garage with tandem parking does not function as two usable spaces in real-world conditions. This fails to meet criteria related to adequate parking, site functionality, and minimizing reliance on public street parking. At a prior hearing, the applicant suggested that street parking in front of the property could serve the project on an ongoing basis. Street parking on Hill Edge is limited, shared, and used intermittently by all neighbors for guests and service providers. It is not available for permanent daily use by a multi-unit property, and reliance on it conflicts with design review standards requiring projects to accommodate their own operational impacts. Large vehicles already struggle to navigate the street. Persistent parking here would further impede fire and life safety access, directly conflicting with design review criteria related to public safety and emergency vehicle maneuverability. Intensifying this small lot with 3 units places added strain on an already burdened infrastructure and incomparable with the scale, density, and established character of the surrounding neighborhood, contrary to design review standards for neighborhoods. While we support the intent of California's ADU policies, these policies do not override DRB's obligation to ensure projects are safe, functional, and appropriate for their specific conditions. We respectfully request that the board deny approval of this project as it's currently designed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Clayton Hale. I live at 474 Hill Edge. It's about 100 feet from the project. The tandem parking at this property just adds further confusion to getting up and down that street. So imagine one car parked in the garage. That car has to leave. The car in front of it backs out, blocking traffic, has to back up that hill in a blind hairpin turn, and then the next car backs out, and then you have to do it all over again when the car that's using the garage comes home. It doesn't make any sense at all. I can't believe that the owner of that house, whoever eventually owns it, is going to let somebody park in that spot. It's like worthless. Anyway, this feels to me like we're taking a residential property and dropping a 3-unit apartment building on it. So I'm definitely opposed. Part of the preface to this showed 4 letters in support. None of those guys live on that street. I've been on that street 28 years. There's nobody in support of this project. So it looks like that might be out of balance. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you much. Next speaker, please.
Hi there. My name is Rachel McAllister, and I am reading on the behalf of 2 neighbors. One, Heather Chalmers was here earlier, but she had to leave because of the scheduling change in the agenda. And she says, I am Heather Chalmers, and I live across the street from 490 Hillage. For more than 4 years, the property has used piecemeal and non-permitted development to dodge the standard design review process. And by issuing incremental permits along the way, the city has deprived both the board and the community of a chance to review a comprehensive proposal. Please do not let this stand. We cannot ignore the obvious threat this design poses to public safety. The Laguna Beach Fire Code mandates a 20-foot unobstructed pavement width, excluding parked cars. Our street already fails this test. And because this project fails to provide sufficient on-site parking for its 3 units, it will inevitably force its residents to park on the public street. The condition raises legitimate concerns regarding emergency access and traffic circulation. Past permits do not excuse future hazards. No matter what stage a project is in and when it comes before the board, isn't one of the Design Review Board's primary duties to protect the safety of the community? I urge the board to enforce the municipal code and deny this application before a foreseeable tragedy occurs. Thank you for the consideration. This is from Heather Chalmers. I have a second letter. And again, it's me, Rachel McAllister, and I'm speaking on behalf of Dean and Paula Badillo. They live at 480 Hillage. They couldn't be here, but asked me to read the letter that they sent as follows. We have carefully reviewed the proposed plans for 490 Hillage. While we acknowledge that the addition of a one-car garage and driveway represents an improvement over earlier iterations, it provides only a single on-site parking space for the proposed 3-unit development. This seems inadequate. As parents of 2 young children, we're concerned about the safety implications of the project. A 3-unit configuration could reasonably result in 4 or more vehicles relying on street parking. Hillage is already narrow, steep. It's a street with no sidewalks, and it has limited sightlines. Increased on-street parking would reduce visibility for drivers and pedestrians alike. This is a risk for children and other people who use the street daily. Finally, it's our understanding, I had to skip a part, sorry, that the demolition activity that has already begun without the proper permits, for instance, the removal of the garage and structural elements, have affected the slope and street stability. Before any further approvals are granted, we respectfully request that the city conduct a thorough inspection to ensure no new hazards have been introduced. Thank you. We respectfully urge you to vote no.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, is there any more? All right, not seeing any. I return the podium or the speaking back to the applicant for a 3-minute reply.
Thank you, Tom. So a few clarifications. The ADU and JDU are not on the table tonight. They are permitted, recorded, 100% code compliant. We followed the board's direction from the previous hearing to a T. We made the next door neighbor, let's say, more agreeable, happier. What's presented that is on the table is the parking that the board asked for. We could cover it, and tandem parking is allowed by code. The parking in front of the house, although important, this proposal does not exasperate that. Also, as you go up and around the bend, there's a whole entire street of one side that has no houses, just like this one. This is not the pinch point that some of the neighbors are talking about. There seems to be some misinformation or opinions about this project. Right now, well, let me just, I think, Reese, you wanted to say something? We have a few
Real quick,
seconds.
just wanted to let you know that this property, the original 2-car garage was cut back to a 1-car garage and was forced by fire access. So we actually, and the turn radius requirements were not being met when that happened. That was one of the reasons why we converted into a JDU. And then, so we actually are replacing and putting back what we was lost, which was 1-car garage. I understand my neighbors' concerns. It's unfortunate that they do not want to acknowledge that we are putting in 2 spots, but, on site. But they also have not talked to us about what we've been dealing with this property since we've had it. There was a house within that house. Demolition calcs were skewed because of what we were discovering as we were going along. We did make some mistakes. We rectified them immediately. As late as 2023, they were all resolved. And what we're proposing here is, like Warren said, is all within code and all within our rights. At any given time on Hillage, someone can have a party. In fact, all my neighbors have had a party, and they've had numerous cars there. And if an unfortunate event were to happen during that time, they would be subject to the same scrutiny that you guys are subjecting us for no reason.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions by the board?
I've got a question. Has the, Warren, have you looked at doing 2 side-by-side parking spots? Because I'm looking at the calcs over here. You've got 10-foot wide lane by 3-foot 4 shoulder. If you were to get an 18-foot minimum, you're looking at 4-foot 9-inch reduction off of the JEDU, which hasn't been built yet. And that sounds like it would solve everyone's problem. I mean, you're talking about 90 square feet reduction to get the program, get the neighborhood happy. Would you guys consider that?
So, in response, are you talking about, so what we're proposing is one covered, one uncovered in tandem, and another uncovered
Yeah, we'll
besides?
take that under consideration, but I'm just asking, have you looked at doing 2 side by side?
Well, that's what I'm trying to
Right.
clarify what you mean.
Yeah, so right now you have,
Two
Yeah, in
covered
other words,
side
make
by
the-
side.
Make the JDU smaller and
Yeah.
do a 2-car garage plus a 2 in front.
not a 2-car garage, just 2 parking spaces on the surface. So right now you have
Ah.
a 10-foot lane for the driveway and then a 3-foot 4-inch shoulder. If you were to increase that by 4 feet 9 inches, that would get you 2 spots. By Laguna standards, it's an 18-foot wide lane, and I think a lot of the community would be accepting of it. And I think that's worth the consideration because, again, the JEDU is not built. So if we can solve that problem, let's solve it, right?
So I still need clarification. You're saying demolish some of the already permitted and recorded JEDU?
Kate, can you pull up 8203?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right here. See how you do it.
So if you take a look where your rebuild JEDU segment is, on the right side of that, if you were to shift over that wall to the left, shift over, reduced ADU by 4 feet 9 inches.
So it would no longer conform to the front yard setback. It would stick into the 5-foot reduced front yard setback for that garage that you're talking about. If you're talking about covered, if you're talking about uncovered, it would do the same. As you can see, the red box that's in the driveway.
Yeah, we're talking about uncovered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Understood. You can see that is pushed right up against, at the top, the 5-foot reduced garage, 5-foot setback, right? Right up against it. Then, at the bottom of that parking space where it says 8.6 parking, that red line is set back. So if I were to move a conforming spot over into that and demolish some of the ADU, now I'm creating a non-conforming parking space. So not actually a place to put a car, but not a conforming spot. Are you saying to leave the covered parking spot where it is, leave the tandem uncovered spot where it is, and push it into the ADU? And reduce the ADU by, I think you said 4'9".
Well,
No, what we're looking at.
Create another parking
if you get
space,
like a-
2 spaces.
No, I understand that. I mean,
Okay, I just want to make sure
Thank you.
I'm understanding is that what you're asking?
Take a look at
That's-
Kate's
yeah.
projection on the
Yeah.
board. That's what we're thinking. So
What I just explained to you. So, so that spot, that secondary spot would either need a variance to encroach in the front yard setback or require some of the house to be demolished.
What
Thereby-
Ward, real quick,
Yeah.
what setback does the second parking place as shown in this violate? I'm not following that.
The second one does not now, but another one, so I have two spots fully conforming.
No, the one that was added, that's now outlined in red.
Yeah. that's
Where,
fully-
what setback is that violating?
That one is not violating. The one that Amir is suggesting would violate it, the front yard setback, or require some of the existing house to be
But,
demolished.
okay, just so I
It doesn't
understand.
need to be a spot because you already have a covered spot. So
So
if
a
it's
non-conforming-
non-conforming, but it gives the use of conforming potential, right? Like you're gonna have the ability to use that, right? There's gonna be space to back out. You're not gonna have to really worry about having to use the tandem every single time you're driving in. So there's there's a solution there. I
So,
think.
yeah, so
Sorry, can we just, 1 second? What he's talking about.
Amir, you're talking about,
Yeah, let's let the thing, because that may be getting into deliberation. I think it's constructible. I don't see a setback issue there. I see an issue of having to reduce the JADU. And that's a choice when we get into deliberations is that they may or may not have to make if we do, for whatever reason, require better parking. Okay, I think we've talked about it enough. Any other questions?
My question is, well, obviously there's a lot of history with this, a lot of ups and downs. I recognize that you guys are here trying to rectify and get a project that can finish off this home. Right, wrong, or whatever's happened, it kind of doesn't matter. We need to get you to get your house back to built, and I want to work with you guys. And I recognize that you've done a bunch of approvals to get 3 units on the site, and I recognize that 3 units will go on this site. However, in that complication, hopefully you can understand, it's a lot to unravel and understand. I mean, I took a little bit of time, staff's prepared a lot. I know they've spent a lot of time trying to understand what the heck's gone on with this site. I still have some unclear components. I mean, I think you bought the house, I think in 2021, is that my understanding? And the first permits were 2021, late that year. And the scope of that one, what all did it entail?
That one was an interior remodel. We bought that house with the full intention of moving our family. We have 3 kids that have been in the Laguna Beach school system into that house. When we first submitted plans, before we got to Kate, we went through 3 planning changes. We waited a year and a half for some, well, not about a year for the first set of permits. So we did go in there, we found asbestos.
Mumbo jumbo, just what did the application entail?
It was an interior remodel. We found asbestos. We got a service in there, got it all cleaned out. And then we were waiting for the main set of plans, which we had. And so as we started building, as we got that permit.
Okay, let me cite this for you. 198 square feet, level 2 or 2-level addition demo. Interior spiral staircase reconfigure into stairs, convert level 1 living, new ADU, lower level, deck, finished surface, add moment frame, pre-structural engineer, new flooring throughout, kitchen bath reconfiguration, upgrade, and new powder bath, replace, add windows, doors, plumbing fixtures, new lighting, electrical, no grading proposed, no changes to landscape. Does that sound familiar?
This is the current application?
No, I asked you for the original one, the 2021.
Yeah. No,
November,
the 2021, yeah, so that was just.
November 24th, 2021. I'm
That was
reading it from the plan check.
right.
Does that sound accurate?
Yeah, I think that sounds accurate.
Okay. When did the garage get demoed then?
The garage got demoed, so in that set of plans.
No, what time frame did the garage get demoed?
Probably around 2022, around there
Early
when we
20
started.
April, right when you started.
Yeah, no, not when we started, probably like halfway. We started the hardscape first. We
No,
did the
just
fire
when did the
exit.
garage get demoed?
I'm thinking probably like somewhere around middle of 2022.
So part of this original, we were called demo, you took out the whole garage.
Yes, but there was a reason
Yes,
for
you
that.
took out the whole garage.
Yes.
There's clarification to that.
So
though,
early
Louis.
in 2022, post this first approval, you took out the garage.
Per
To rebuild the
from
slab.
Building department and the fire department. That needs to be understood.
No, because JADU wasn't part of the program in that part. And one of the requirements for a JADU is to use interior existing structure or an existing garage. So if you already tore it out and then you came to the city with an approval for a JADU in space that had already been 100% reduced, I'm struggled with it. And I'm struggled with it for two reasons. One, it adjusts the overall calculations for demo for the total site, right? And I'm struggling on the demo because I believe there is a major remodel that has occurred on your site. And then that reclassifies everything, and that the piecemealing of all the litany of approvals, may not conform to CEQA. Like, it's a big question in my mind because the main structure has been altered so drastically that it should be now classified as a major remodel. So without like a forensic determination, a third-party calculation to go through the demo history and where we're at today, I believe there's a major remodel that needs to be classified for your home, the main structure. Now, if you want to come back with plans, post that determination, because I think we're noticed for one thing and we're doing something else, like the litany of approvals you've already received and the litany of work that's been red tagged. So from what I'm sitting at today, looking at this with fresh eyes, I believe you can have a program that has 1, 2, and 3 units, but it may not be this lipstick on this pig because the demo has occurred so drastically. The structural has been redone hugely. The grading has been throughout the site is way more than, one thing says 50 yards. This application says another 20 yards. We're talking 70, 100 yards of excavation that never had a public hearing. I've seen hearings for 25 cubic feet in my years of removal be brought to this board for clearing it. I mean, shoot, there's been so many projects that need for the main structure. And so I'm confused on the classification. I can't move forward with the main structure of this house.
We're getting into deliberation.
Yeah.
I think that, I have some real concerns, but I'll address them in deliberation. The question I have for you, Warren, just listen to my question. I'm struggling with a tandem and a single garage. I want to hear what alternatives you have to that parking situation if that's not something the board can accept. So now's your time. If you're saying that's it, then say that's it. I mean, but if there's an alternative to provide more parking, I want to hear it.
Are you giving me a chance to speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I would like to say just quickly, Louis, you make an argument without me being able to explain the particulars.
I can answer his question.
Thank you.
His
May I have a moment?
Please answer my question.
Thank you. I will. May I have just one moment to speak with my client?
Sure.
Just a second.
Sure.
So we're considering Amir's idea. And what I'm kind of getting a sense is that I could quite possibly, or maybe probably, get at least my required 3 votes if I added another parking space, non-conforming, but a place to put a car.
Why would putting a space, to reduce the JADU, and I'm not telling you have to, but why wouldn't putting a space there where Emir proposed be illegal parking, not be illegal parking
It
space?
won't conform, it won't conform to the parking standard depth.
Because otherwise they have to.
Wait, real quick. You had made this point, and I want to understand it. Emir,
Okay,
you're a
can I give it a
construction
try?
guy. Will it have the depth?
Yeah, so what Warren was explaining is that right now there's a 5-foot setback, and the way the slope of Hill Edge kind of
Goes in,
curves,
yeah.
with the 5-foot setback would basically push that covered parking space or that uncovered parking space into their home by a couple inches or a foot.
Thereby adding to demolition calculations,
Yeah.
with our spot on, by the way.
Right.
Okay, so, but it's not built. You could,
They're not required to have it,
well, I know, but he could put a conforming parking space. He would just have to modify the building.
Yeah, but if there's any further demo beyond this
We're-
permit scope.
We're going to.
Actually-
We're going to hit that. We're going to
Could
hit
I,
that.
could I continue on my clarification? So, what Amir is suggesting is add a place for a car. We've done that before on other properties. There wasn't room to add a conforming exact dimensional parking space, but we've accepted that a real car in real life can park there.
I get that. I
Yeah,
get that.
for
So just so I want to see if you agree with Amir that the reason it would be non-conforming is that it needs to be a few inches, maybe a foot longer.
Not even that. It looks to me like it's about 4 inches.
Okay.
Rules are rules, but yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Wait, rules, but here's another quantum in the
Yeah.
whole thing, right? Okay. Garages in this zone get an abbreviated setback. You've torn it down. Now you're building 100% new construction in the space.
You see, this is.
Wait, hold on.
Wait.
Hold on. Now you're building
Sorry.
a whole brand new, 100% new construction, new structural, new floorboards, new walls, new roof, the whole thing. But you're going to do it in a space that wouldn't be provided to a JADU. An ADU gets an abbreviated front yard setback if it confines with the rules. A JADU only exists within the structure of a primary residence for an individual. So I guess the CEQA part is if we've 100% demoed it, why do we get to put it back where it wouldn't be in conforming with a house to add living space and not conform to the house setback in its spot? Like, that's a huge question because, like, yeah, if you're going to rebuild your garage to get your house back in order, then you want to convert it to a JADU. I guess that works. But I just struggle with it because in the same element is like the JADU could be converted back to make a conforming house. Whereas right now your parking would be removed.
Wait.
But if a primary residence wasn't the case, if you sold the property this is why the law is so gray. And well, this one's a quandrum because.
Louis, I think hold on a second. I think we're getting into debate here. And so I'm going to cut that off. Is there any other questions?
I do. I have one question.
Warren, no. Well, I don't, but.
Oh, I just thought of
Yeah.
No, you don't ask questions of the board. We're not answering questions. Well, throw out your question and let's see what we do. I want to kind of limit it to questions from us to you, but.
Me too. Yeah. And
So just say it. What's your question?
Yes. So I'm being given, I'm being offered suggestions or beliefs or understandings without the ability to respond to them. Lewis's comments seem correct to him, but to me and to the actual progression of this project, they're incorrect. I'm
All
not,
right, I think
with all
that's
due
it.
respect.
Yeah, I think we're done. Let me, one person speak, and then I'll, if you want to add something, fine, MJ.
I appreciate
No,
the.
okay, no, I know where you're coming from, and that's been gone through in the, in the staff report, in what you and I have talked about.
Yeah.
I think we've talked that out. I think that it's now time to get into deliberations. First of all, is there any more questions from the board? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to turn it over to Louis to go first, and then I have some thoughts about what Louis has to say.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, I kind of jumped into it in the questions, but like the CEQA element is really the confusing for like, what are we noticing? So I can't support I can't support the project because I believe the numbers aren't necessarily accurate or represented for what I've seen at the site. I think the demo calcs are misrepresented given the nature of and the progression of the scope of work. I mean, I went through the thing, I found 620, there was an initial demo, 1021, remodel of the bathroom, 1021, application to repair water damage, more demo, reissue a new roof permit, January 22, demo and more abatement, August of 23, more demo. That's where the ADU came into place with the new patio in the applications. February 23, attached 510 habitable square feet kitchen scope, non-bearing walls and grading. 23 August 23 remodel work. August 23 the JADU convert garage, but the applicant said the garage was demolished in 21 or early 22. More April 23 JADU attached application. September 23 electrical pole. March of 23 or March of 25 more grading, 50 cubic yards. 224 updating foundation and more framework. I mean, these are a litany of different applications that to me, this represents piecemealing, and that none of this had any public insight or hearing or noticing. I obviously never saw it sitting on the board. This is the first or second time hearing this. So the cumulative effect, I mean, I think this is no longer a minor remodel, and through all that history, I think all that work, even though they've nibbled at this thing, has created a major remodel in this thing, and the main structure needs to be in conformance of or evaluated as a major remodel. I'm all for the project having the right 3 units on the site in the developable framework that it can have, but I think our main structure is the current issue. I think the tandem parking, I don't agree or see the single tandem parking up and down Hill Edge. I see a lot of 2-car garages or single garages layered, and the access, uphill and downhill. Might access from a single driveway, but they get to a 2-car configuration. So I don't find that to be neighborhood compatible with the main structure. I think the design is a little bit substandard, being slightly over 8.6 barely to get in versus 18 feet. I think the standard for the state is 9 to 18. So I'm just perplexed with it. I'm perplexed with the noticing. So I can't support the project.
All right, let me kind of give my, view, and it kind of how it kind of fits within Louis is what he's saying. What's troubled me about this project, and it's troubled me even more now, is this is a disjointed project. It's like no one designed this thing to work. And I think it's the result of the piecemealing that, whether intentional or unintentional, that Louis described. It's not a project we would ever approve. And so we're kind of faced with that. You've corrected, I think, the decks and some of the privacy concerns to Lewandowski, the neighbor. I probably misspoke her name, but But my biggest concern, and I think it's a result of this disjointed project, and I also have real concern whether the JADU qualifies as a JADU, since you tore it down and then you got approval for it, or maybe you got the approval before, but it's not supposed to work that way. But my real problem is parking. I drove up and down Hillage. I think the lots you sent me, I think one of you did, with one car, parking garages are not near. It's not on that street. They're not neighbors. It's not the relevant neighborhood. The relevant neighborhood is a very difficult, it's a slope street with limited parking, where every house that I saw has two-car garage with parking in front. That is the neighborhood standard in my mind. And I think you have two problems in getting us to approve the project as applied for on this application, and which includes a one-car garage and a parking space. One is neighborhood compatibility. I think for neighborhood compatibility, in my mind, it requires a two-car garage and parking in front of it. Now, that's independent of the fact whether you have 3 units or 1. I'm very cognizant of the parking requirements or lack thereof for ADUs and JADUs as applicable to this project. It's been cleaned up in the law later. But that said, from a practical matter, I can't imagine why you don't want to have that kind of parking if you're going to have 3 units. But that's your choice. But for me, neighborhood compatibility dictates that whatever you want to do there, wherever you want to put in units for development, as part of the project as proposed for design review, it is not neighborhood compatible because it does not include a garage with a two-car garage with parking. The second problem is access. The access criteria, it's unclear whether it directly applies, but I think the fact that your project includes a garage and driveway confirms what I believe is that accessibility guideline does apply here. And I think that we all agree that it needs to apply here for public safety, for fire, for the neighborhood. So I can't approve this project, and I said that before. I can't approve it without adequate parking. And I'm going to tell you, as an owner, a design, you've already designed in, having another space. And I've heard all these problems about it. This is an important element for your project and for the neighborhood. And I think, Warren, I've seen your projects. I think you can do better in getting more parking on this project.
I have a solution.
But no, it's just, no more talking.
I know.
I can't support it without a significant improvement. What I'd like to see is a two-car garage and parking in front. That's what I would like to see. I'd feel much more comfortable approving this project with that. And that probably, I'd like to get to the bottom of the JADU and the sequencing, but I'll just tell you my biggest problem is the parking. MJ?
All right, I'll go. I'll go quickly here, I hope. So yeah, I'm in agreement about the parking. That seems to be the biggest thing here. There's so much at play here, the history to get how we got here, whether it's a major remodel. I think at this point, I want to find solutions for the neighbors because of this intrusion, which I would be bonkers by, as you know, Warren, and also to the city. The amount of time, just the letters I had to read for people that lived 5 miles away was just like, what am I doing? What is this? Why am I doing this? So that kind of stuff is really, I feel, disrespectful to the board, frankly. And you know that we would, I know you know that we would want 2 garage spaces or 2 really clean spaces that are conforming, not dangerous to access, especially on a triplex like this, essentially, a 3-unit building. Because it's already been established with the state that it's JADU and an ADU, I think in order to alleviate a burden on the city, that we should continue along that path. I think it becomes a whole nother layer of trouble. Now, I'll leave the city to determine that or not, but that's just my instinct. And I would like to not burden the city any more than we have. I hate having to conform to bad practices or inefficient practices, not to be accusatory, in order to solve a problem, but that's where we are. So, and again, it's a burden for the neighborhood from having a television from 1952 on the street for forever and fencing and dust and whatever the heck was going on there. So you're going to need 2 clean spaces, whether that means you have to downgrade your square footage, you have to, adapt somehow, and the house has to look nice too, and it has to maintain its neighborhood compatibility and articulation, all the other criteria, privacy, all of that. So you're going to have to lose something in this process to solve this problem that has been created. And so that's where I'm at. And I don't necessarily think it needs to be a 2-car garage per se, because there's 3 units here, but I think it needs to be maybe two single garages or 2 clean off street plus a single garage. However, you can provide some sort of commitment to trying to truly solve this for criteria for the city, and for your community, as well as providing your applicant an opportunity to finish a project and move on as well. That's my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're close. I think that there's a potential that this is solvable. I think that the applicant put their best foot forward on this go. I think this warrants a continuance to a 3rd hearing. I would totally recommend the 3rd hearing. I think that there is, some elements that, with the right design and approach, you could resolve a lot of this and bring it back to us with 2 surface parking spaces that would get us there. I'm okay with that second surface not being fully conforming, but it sounds like most of the board would want to see it conforming if you can make it work. I think that would be advisable. Maybe from a design standpoint, maybe bringing back some of that stone cladding on the face of the JADU. I thought that was a nice touch on the tower element that was removed. But you guys made great progress. You definitely listened to some of the things we said. We also said last time, that was one of my comments, I believe, I said, we want to see the whole thing. And you did that. You showed us the ADU, the JADU, and the main house. So I appreciate that, because then this gives us the opportunity to hopefully fold it into this final remodel, and then you guys can move on, and then it'll be there for hopefully 50 to 100 years, and unless they pass another ADU law and then you get a 4th one somewhere. But that would be my recommendation. Let's try to get this thing continued and hopefully resolved.
And one more thing, and the next time you come back, it has to be super clean. If you're going to propose a railing option or a wall option, you need to provide photographs or drawings of something that we can actually respond to, so that we know that it's providing what's required.
Do you have something more you want to say? Okay, what I'm hearing, you've got 2 members who might go with 2 uncovered parking and 1 covered. I'm not there. I think you need a 2-car garage. Lewis, I think, is 2-car garage, or yeah. So you got 2 and 2. I don't know when you're going to have it heard. It is your 3rd hearing, and we're actually going to be going to 2 hearings fairly soon. But you're grandfathered in, so you get your 3rd hearing. I think you've done a lot of progress on. You covered virtually all the other issues that I had. I think Lewis raises some issues I need to think about. I had not heard it, explained. We can't, go through in detail before, that I want to look at before the 3rd hearing, because I do see piecemeal. I think it's a disjointed project because of it, including the parking. The parking is an afterthought. In fact, the first proposal you gave us had no parking. So it's like, how can you design a project that big with no parking? So it's pretty crazy to me. But I think you've moved enough, and I think you got some challenges to get an approval from this board. And there's another person who's going to have some input as well. So with that,
Yeah, Chair,
Yeah.
if I may, I just want to be crystal clear for the board. You guys, of course, are the final, not the final, but the city decision maker in this process. We have heard your comments and concerns, and I'm really geared towards that, the CEQA issue that Board Member Weil discussed. We, of course, staff will further investigate and look into that. I just want to be clear that the expectation of the board is not that it's going to be a new entitlement, because as of where I sit today, we cannot guarantee that. We will take your direction and comments into consideration. I just want to be crystal clear that the board is not expecting a different entitlement or a commitment from staff that, yes, we will come back with a major remodel or something like that. We will look at it. We will redo the calculations or double check the calculations. And I just want to put that on the record.
yeah,
Thank you.
what I would ask staff is during this time period, and we need to have sufficient time, I want you to go through what Lewis described here. And if you find that it is a piecemeal and that it is in fact a major remodel, then you'll take action on it. If not, if you don't think it is, and I know you kind of, I'm not saying you haven't looked at this before, I'm just saying this is kind of where I'm at. And I think it's where the board's at. If you conclude it's not, that Lewis's concerns are all, explainable, then explain that in the staff report. Give us a clearer history, because I've had that concern all the way along. I haven't been able to express it like Lewis did, and I need an answer to that by the third hearing. So that's a separate issue than the parking. I think we've got the challenges before us. We want to get you a project that you can build. I know it's frustrating, and neighbors, I know it's frustrating, but I think we got a plan here. So, go ahead, Lewis.
I'm going to move to deny, if that's all right, and see where that goes. On item 5.3, at project location 490 Hillage Drive, I'm going to move to deny the project for reasons that the access configuration is not compatible to the neighborhood as described, and that the CEQA determination for how it's noticed puts a lot in question, given the piecemealing that may have occurred from the start of the first application to where we're at today. And I need a more cumulative description and definitions and findings that are more third-party based in order to proceed. So that's where I'm at.
Okay, and I'm not going to second that. It's not because I disagree with his conclusion, but I need more facts. Is there anyone else who might second
I
that?
will not second that.
Do you? You're not going to second?
Let's talk about it, because it's, is it beyond the 50% remodel, right?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
there's two various definitions.
Correct. And so I just want to, and once again, not trying to put my finger on the scale, understand Board Member Wiles. And so that inquiry and determination staff has downloaded. We understand that is a concern of the board. You guys are, of course, free to deny it tonight, but I just want to be sure that the board should not try to go into that discussion right now and make the determination, yes, that it is, and therefore we should deny it without staff at least having the opportunity to come back with a little bit more, yeah.
Like now with all the restrictions and the amount of hearings we can have, I almost think it's to the benefit of the applicant to have it denied, come back, submit the thing again,
Well,
maybe staff waives fees or whatnot for reapplication.
Let me, Pat, hold on a second. Lewis, I'm going to request you reconsider, because I think we need to give staff one more shot. I need to get more facts. And then if we conclude, and you're more likely to get a majority of the board to agree with you once we've done that, if what you're saying is, correct. But I really think staff, I want that additional input from staff. We'll get to your point if we all concur after that input from staff that you are correct. If not, at least we will have obtained more information and we'll be able to make a better informed decision. I'm not precluding supporting your denial. I need more.
Chair, maybe we should ask the applicant if they wanted to continue or go to a vote.
I'm fine with that. Do you want a continuance or go to a vote?
I need one tiny bit of clarification from Bill first, please.
What, go ahead.
My understanding is that we now only get 2 hearings, and this is my last hearing. Is
No,
that
no, you
correct
get.
or incorrect?
You can direct it to the chair. I've gone through this. Warren, you can direct it to me.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Tom.
the ground rules are, which I've confirmed and I've stated, is if the first hearing was before the new rule went into effect, we have the right to do 3 hearings. So the answer is yes, you have that right. Now, do you want it or not?
Yes.
Okay.
Next available, please.
All right, it's not going to be next available, but. No, my suggestion is we do it in the second meeting in April. Would that give staff enough time?
Can we table it?
I don't want to table it. I want the staff, I want to give a reasonable amount of time for the staff to do, for us to get the information and give them the reasonable amount of time to figure out the parking too.
Got it.
My view is the second meeting in April. Do I have a April 23rd? Okay, let me make, your motion hasn't got a second yet.
So I can withdraw the motion.
Okay, I'm going to move that this matter, item 5.3?
5.3.
For 490 Hillage be continued for the third hearing to the April 23, 2026 meeting of the board.
And that the board makes the required findings for said third hearing.
And we make the required findings for said, or we do, and that the findings are made for that continuance.
If they find that there is more than a 50%, then we're not going to hear it. Is that right?
No, I mean, it depends on it depends on what happens. It'll
Yeah.
come before us with what their findings are. Now,
Okay.
I don't want to get into the legal of what's going to happen.
I think,
Well, I've got a motion.
I second Chair Gibbs' motion.
Do you want to, let me ask, because I want to be fair to everybody on the board. Do you want me to withdraw the motion for more discussion? Emer?
if I'm hearing,
Yeah.
Okay,
let's talk about it.
let me withdraw the motion.
if I'm hearing Amir, I think tabling the project to a date uncertain might give the applicant more time to figure out their thing, staff to do the evaluations, and then they come back to renotice.
I understand.
So then we don't have like
Because there
a
might not
date
be,
and a
there might
continuance.
not be a third.
Yeah,
hearing.
I'm not in favor. I want to do a third hearing for April 23. And I think it's far enough off to get it to happen. Yeah. Okay, yeah, let me do a motion on item 5.3 for 490 Hillage to continue the matter to our meeting on April 23, 2026.
I second that again.
Paula?
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
No.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion has
The
passed.
motion carries, and we'll see you on the 23rd.
Thank you. See you then.
All right, so the next item, we're getting actually close, getting down the calendar is 4.10 on the agenda, and that is for 302 Harold Drive. I'm going to turn the chair over to Mr. Weil, and he can call it as I am disqualified because I live within the radius.
We have project number 5.10, and then I think we have 2 more left. One more? Oh, 1 more left? Okay. 1 more left. Project location is 302 Harold Drive, design review 2025-2230, and a variance request of 2025-2231. Board, do we have ex parte?
Chair visited the site and spoke with Warren.
Yeah, I went to the site.
Visited the site and spoke with Warren. And Chair Gibbs is recused, and I will turn off his microphone so we don't get an echo. We have staff Sammy Montol, I can't say that. How do you say your last name?
Montalto.
Montalto.
Means high mountain in Italian.
High Mountain, Sammy Montalto, as the associate planner on the project, please address the board.
Thank you, Board Member Weil. I am actually representing Sherry Arcon this evening, also as Bill did. Yeah, so I'm just stepping in for him to do him a favor. Item number 5.10 is Design Review 25-2230, requesting an elevated deck attached to a permitted upper level ADU, and variance 25-2231, requesting approval for deviations from a front yard setback requirement. The project is located at 302 Harold Drive in the R1 zone and consists of a single-family home with an attached two-car garage. A permitted upper-level ADU is currently under construction. The existing driveway has a steep slope that exceeds the city's 10% maximum, creating ongoing safety and access issues. To correct this, the applicant proposes to reduce the driveway slope to meet city standards, which requires lowering the garage floor by 3 feet. At the ADU level, the project also includes a proposed 190 square foot elevated deck. Lowering the garage floor increases the measured height of the garage facade for setback calculations. This creates a new nonconformity and requires a variance from the front yard setback standard as outlined in the staff report. In addition, the existing deck and railings above the garage, which date back to the original 1940s construction, are proposed to be updated. The railing height would be increased to the current code requirement of 42 inches to improve safety, which further contributes to the setback nonconformity. The images on the right illustrate how the proposed work results in these nonconformities. In conclusion, the proposed deck meets design review guidelines. The driveway and garage improvements improve site access, and the request does not add habitable space or increase building mass or bulk. And finally, staff recommends that the board adopt Resolution 25-2230, approving the requested entitlements for the requested improvements and find the project exempt from CEQA. Thank you.
Thank you. Board, any questions of staff? Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Jim Smith, architect. I'm from out of town. I've heard great things about you guys. So I don't really think I need to say a whole bunch about this. It's obviously the garage was built non-conforming. You can't get a car in there. This will fix that. The upper deck railing has been there since the 40s. No change there. No neighborhood opposition. Everyone is in favor of it. The deck tucked behind the building under construction. No neighbors care about it. So that's all I got.
Okay. At this time, I'll invite any members of the public that wish to speak on the project at Harold. Seeing none, do you wish to rebut?
Further? No, actually, no. Thank you.
Board, any questions of staff or the applicant? All right, who'd like to lead us off in discussions?
I'll give it a go. I'm always in favor of agent in place. I think this is thoughtful, adding an elevator in, allowing for surface garage spaces. I think it meets the design review criteria. I can make the findings for the variance as well.
Board Member Coveney?
Yeah, I concur that I can support the project tonight. It meets design review criteria, and we can support the variance based on comments by staff and Mr. Smith.
Yeah, and I find the project to be fully design review compatible, and the variance is appropriate as outlined by staff, and given the odd shaped lot and the historical, topography versus trying to bring something into conformity, I think it's a modest and appropriate variance. So with that, do we have a motion?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution 2025-2230, approving design review 2025-2230 and variance 2025-2231 for the property located at 302 Harold Drive, and finding said action categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA section guidelines 15303. Do I have a second?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Paolo, will you call the roll?
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil.
Yes.
Motion has passed 3-0.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Jim, it's Jim. No. He's good. He's asleep on the front lawn where I'm going to be. Maybe not on the front. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you, Chair Gibbs, for coming back in. I think we have Lucinda's left. Yeah. So if the Lucinda group wants to come to the front.
Yeah, this is going to be North La Hacienda or La Senda. All right, let me call the project. It's item 5.11 on the agenda, 35 North La Senda Drive Design Review 2026-0006, variance 2026-0007. Ex parte, please.
Went by the project and met with Brian, the applicant and architect, and also spoke with neighbor, Mr. Rockwell.
Chair, I visited site and spoke with the design team.
Visited the site. I've spoke with the owners and the project project team, met with Mr. Rockwell, and then spoke with the neighbor behind the project, and I'm drawing a blank on his name at the moment.
I'll tell you in a second.
Yeah.
I met Brian at the site. I met with Mr. Rockwell and with the neighbor behind, Brian and Rachel Milton.
That guy.
That guy. All right, Nancy, you're up.
Project, and Bill's going to work the slides for me. You can move on to the next. Oh, you are. You always did it. So here, this is a demolition of the existing home and construction of a new home. The project site is highlighted in yellow, and then there are two pictures of the existing home showing the driveway up the side of the property and the garage at the rear of the property with the side-in entry. Next slide, please. So design review is required for the new home. And I wanted to highlight here in color where different things are that the design review looks at. First and foremost, there is grading that's 32, 33, 35 cubic yards and retaining walls more than 5 feet. The new single-family dwelling, that's 52, 56 square feet. And there are elevated decks and a pool. You can see the pool is highlighted in blue with a spa is the round circle. The green images are decks. There's a small deck off the north part of the property and over the garage. The garage is the yellow space. And then there's a deck on the ADU at the rear. Also, there is widened access since currently the driveway is up the side. That yellow towards the street represents the widened access. There's a trash enclosure in the front setback, which is the purple area. And then landscaping is a component for design review. Next slide, please. So this project requires 3 variances. One is to exceed the floor area. It is 868 square feet over the maximum, which actually, which happens to be the size of the ADU. And to exceed the building height, 5'4" above the maximum height of 21 feet that's allowed for the property. And then to allow a flat roofed area. The flat roofed area is shown in red at the bottom on the site plan. And the top image shows in the section, the portion that's over the height. Next slide, please. The variance findings were difficult for staff to find. And we felt there were no special circumstances. It's a large property with a 16.7% slope. It's not the finding to be to say it's preservation or enjoyment for the applicant's substantial rights. We didn't think was necessary, not to be detrimental to public works, safety, convenience, and health interests. We didn't think it met that. And then deviating from the city's adopted standards for new ground-up construction is usually difficult for the board to make justification. The next slide, please. These are images. They were in the staff report and in the plan set that show the project in 3D. The applicant also had some images where they show how the new and the existing are very similar in how they relate to the height on the property. Next slide, please. These are the images of the finishes and colors. And that was also in the staff report and in the plan set. Next slide, please. So what staff is suggesting is to conduct the public hearing and continue it to a date certain with direction to redesign to comply to eliminate the variances. We did receive concerns from two neighbors. We received letters from people in the neighborhood that were in favor of the project. I think two of those are actually very close to the site. And received an updated variance application. I'm not sure if the board got to see that, but I'm prepared to answer any questions on that relative to the properties that received some adjustments. If that's something you want more information, I'm prepared to answer that. Other than that, the next slide is the final. Thank you.
Done? Yeah, good presentation. Any questions?
There was a letter from the TAB community. Were they supportive of the variances?
Yes, they approved the project.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions? If not, I open the public hearing. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, great. We do have a slideshow presentation, so I'll give you a minute to pull that up. Chair and members of the board, I'm Ryan McDaniel with Brandon Architects, and I have Brian Jowett with me as well as the Ballards, our clients. There's no question that Three Arch is a special community, and we're privileged to do work in it. From the beginning, this was always a family home that we were tasked to design with, a family home that prioritized obviously being able to have a growing family, but also outdoor space. We've gone through a process as was described. We met and have from the very beginning been very sensitive and involving, communicative with the neighbors. We've gone through 3 stakings so far, story polls, and 2 conceptual reviews with the Three Arch Bay Community Association to address neighbor and HOA input. Ultimately, what we talked through with Three Arch was a pivotal decision whether to enforce compliance with the zoning code and the height, which in our view is very similar to 31 North Lasenda, where you can have a 21-foot height, very similar to the house that's there now, and you can essentially core out the majority of the lot. So we're talking about a coverage and a mass of a home that's nothing aligned with what the Ballards were hoping for. So ultimately, the Three Arch Bay Homeowners Association voted in approval because they would rather go down and have basement and have a smaller square footage visible to the public and have more yard space. So when looking at the variance, we've definitely taken feedback relative to the initial justifications that we can talk through today. But ultimately, the foundation of what we have kind of supported and what we've presented to the Three Arch Bay and are looking to present to you today is that we believe what we've designed is better than what's there today. And we also believe that what we've designed is better than what would be allowed with full compliance with the zoning height. As far as the justifications, we can go into this more detail with questions that you might have. But really, I think the main challenge is that you have such a deep lot. And yes, it's a large lot. But the reality is, when you factor the slope percentage of that lot over that large area, you're really getting a more generalized slope versus when you look at where the house is actually being constructed. This lot is unique in that the property lines are set back 15 feet from the public right-of-way. And so looking at the elevation of what's there today, even from the top of the curb directly to the front door to the existing house, it's 17.7 feet of elevation change. So really, when you look at the house from the street, you're looking at over 30% slope, which per the zoning code would be a 27-foot height allowance that we would comply with. That is really the essence of the height variance, is that exposure, of course, to the street. Because as we go further into the lot where the slope does become less severe, the level that's above our garage is fully subterranean. So the height that we're being forced to comply with is actually measuring below grade to a basement condition. So overall, we've worked really closely with, again, our neighbors, our clients, with our community to create a design that Three Arch Bay has supported and approved. We feel that it's very compatible with the community. We've got exhibits and drawings that we can help demonstrate that. And, we ask for your consideration of approval tonight.
Thank you very much. Who is going to speak on this from the public? Can you raise your hand real quick? Okay. I'll leave it at 3 minutes, but be concise. We've read the papers, we've talked to many of you, and we get the picture. So go ahead. State your name. People come up to the podium to speak. And if the people who are going to speak would come closer, I'd appreciate that. And then we can get prompt order rather than waiting and me calling it out. So when one person's finished, the next person come up. I'd appreciate that.
Hi, my name is Rock Rockwell. I live at 37 North Lucinda, the property just.
One second. I thought you were done. Are you not done?
Yeah, we had a slideshow that we can, if there's time, allow.
How much time was left when they did it? It's my fault. I thought you were done. 50 seconds? Do you want the 50 seconds or I'll add it onto your reply if you want.
Sure, we'll take it 50 seconds.
Okay, go ahead. Let's do the public and you'll have 3 minutes and 50-second reply.
We submitted written comments. You guys have
We
seen
did.
them, and we talked about them when you guys came out. Thanks for coming out. We have really two issues. One is neighborhood compatibility, and the other is tremendous property risk. So in our view, neighborhood compatibility is comprised with the mass and scale of this house. I will say that its height, the height it will be built is less high than this current structure. But the current structure has a ton of, it was just described, a ton of vegetation that goes up to the front, not glass windows. A. B, the mass and scale is being utilized to have the whole front of the house be filled with windows, which is very pretty, but it'll have a ton of light coming out on North Lucinda. There's no other house on North Lucinda that has 3 stories other than the one to the north of us, which was built after we bought our house. So it's really not compatible. If there's some way they could use up some of the land that's in behind the house to push one of the stories back there and therefore reduce the height variance, which Monica in the community suggested is causing the mass and scale. The second issue is extraordinary property risk. And our neighbor owns an investment firm that builds properties. So he knows all about make sure there's no risk of adjacent properties when building. Our house is 1934. You already saw some cracks in those that came out, cracks in the walkways. It's been settling for 90 years. And when you take 2,800 square cubic yards of dirt out, things can happen. And my wife and I's sister-in-law has a home in Emerald, and vacant lot next to it. They started Drillco, supposedly a great firm, started pounding the metal plates to hold up my sister-in-law's house. Well, that pounding made the house move, and they went to court to stop it, which they did. But that lot's still empty. We don't want that to happen. So we're after some protections. I've specified them in detail. I have a copy that I can give to the board so you guys can work with that. And it's reasonable to ask to protect us because the city code says don't do any harm, but there's no protections in the city code. We would like to have them stipulated in the building permit, which you understand is the building committee, not you guys. And it'll also help the project stay on time.
Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker.
Okay, good evening. I'm the other guy who you wrote my name. I'm Brian Milton. I live with my wife at 42 North Patola at the back of the project site. And we submitted our written comments to you, so hopefully you've had a chance to ascertain our issue. The Ballards have been very transparent with the project and had a number of discussions with us and have responded to some of our concerns, most notably the ADU size location, which was overlooking our yard, as well as changing a concrete basketball court to a lawn, and we appreciate that. And we continue to have those discussions, and recently by email, we agreed it was probably wise for us and the Rockwells to have some written agreement on the work process, procedure, stop criteria, insurance coverage of those doing the work, and remediation funds and process should there be issues with our house. We've made some proposals, but we haven't had time to discuss that or bring anything to agreement yet, but they're based on what Mr. Rockwell just passed to you. The problem for my wife and I is we have no issue with the house overall, as long as it's designed to the codes that you agree. But our concern is the same as the Rockwells in that it's removing essentially a Olympic size capacity of rock and dirt from the site. And while that can be handled well, the risks are huge to our 1930s property as well if that goes wrong. It's coming down 15 feet or so under our wall and right up to the boundary fence, the boundary wall. So we made some recommendations which we'd like to discuss and formalize, and the intent from the Ballards, I think, was supportive of that. But we need monitoring, we need standards, we need to know what the remedies are, because under the codes that the council have just now, the city has, there's no standards, there's no statutory requirements or remedies. And as such, the only remediation is in the height of a project with all the dollars ticking and the project in place to have discussions in the heat of the moment, or go to civil actions, and none of that works for either party, I suggest. So we're just asking that these specific protections are included within the design permit. We expect that any well-planned and operated project does not impact the 3 1930s houses that surround this site. That's as it should be, and that's as we should all expect. But all we're asking is that this home, which is our retirement home, we love living there, has timely and appropriate protection should something go wrong, and that we can all tackle that on the front foot rather than in the heat of battle. So we're just asking you to take that into consideration as we consider the planning process and the building permit, and maybe include some of those protections within it. Thank you.
Thank you much. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Steve Samuelin. I live at 70 North Lucinda, right across the street and down one property from the Ballards. I have been in the neighborhood for 35 years. I've been the HOA president 3 times. It's a sickness. I'm seeking therapy. I'm not it now, but I'm full support of this project. I think it's beautiful. I think I've looked at that lot for many, many years, and I think that they've made the most of it. Meaning that they've got open space. I love how the garage tucks down into the landscaping. One of my pet peeves of Three Arch Bay and some of our communities is it's a community of garage doors. And I love it when people take the expense to be able to tuck those down or even go subterranean. And so I've always wanted us to benefit those people and bonus those people that can kind of get parking off the street, but not just have a front elevation. Secondly, I want to comment that I was, the last time I was the president, we were working through the process of dealing with Three Arch Bay's ARB and our DRB processes in 2022 and 2023. And we came together, not with an agreement, but with an understanding. And Lewis was helpful in that in those days, as I spoke with him a couple of times. And so I appreciate, but my thought was that I think it's worked so well with our laborious, redundant, invasive process at Three Arch Bay. And I think the Ballards have gone through over a year and many, many meetings and meeting this. And so I don't know that we've actually had a project that has come to you that has been approved at Three Arch Bay and been denied here. So I just want to comment on that and thank you for, I think it's working. And I think it's working well. So anyway, I encourage support of this project as a not only community member and past president, but as a direct neighbor that will look at this project. Every time I pull out of my driveway, I'll look forward to it. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Spencer Samuelin. I happen to be related to this man right here. I've built 2 homes in Three Arch Bay. We were benefited by the approval of a variance for our initial roof slope. And the objective there was to accommodate our neighbors. And so I have spent time looking at this project. I know the Ballards. It is a wonderful home that has a wonderful place in the community. I know that they have been associated with the development business. You know, we just finished a home on 27 South Encino in Three Arch Bay. It took us about 8 years to get through the ARB and Laguna Design Review process and build. And so I come to a meeting like this, I get a little queasy at first, and I'm never going to do it again. But we have incredible builders. The Ballards have selected incredible builders. We have great soil, and I'm confident that it will be a safe and effective build in the community. So I would like to just voice my opinion in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Doug Folger. I'm a resident of Three Arch, and yeah, I just wanted to give my support in this project. As even though there have been some concerns brought up, I just wanted to express that the neighborhood as a whole is in support. The Ballards have been, like it's been said, they've been so transparent, so easy to work with. They've really brought the community and the neighborhood in on all of these plans, and couldn't have been easier to work with on all of this. And yeah, I just want to express that the neighborhood is fully in support, and yeah, we support this project.
Thank you for your comments. Any other speakers? Oh, come on up.
Hi, how's it going? TJ Seaman. I'm a neighbor of the Ballards and a contractor in town, and just wanted to show my support and get this family moved into their house. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next. I like succinct.
We're trying to be fast this time. We were here a couple of months ago. My name is Cedric Channels. I live in Three Arch. I've got Steve Beat. I've lived there for 4 decades. I grew up on Lucinda. We actually built a 3-story house and went subterranean for the garage. We asked for a variance and we got it. I look above their house and I look down on it, and we're really excited because the house that has been there is kind of an eyesore. So I wrote you guys a letter and just want to say I support this project.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Trey Dewey, live at 18 Vista del Sol, and I think Steve and Spencer summed it up perfectly. So I fully support the project as well.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Seeing none, I return to the applicant. You have 3 minutes.
Great. If we can pull the slide.
3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, next slide, please. We can skip this one. We can skip this one as well. Obviously, this image, as you guys have seen, just illustrates the severity of the slope from the street front to the house. And obviously, there's challenges associated with that of providing access. We are not allowed to have an elevator because of the height and the stories of the subterranean garage. So increasing the entry door level even higher with limiting us to 21 feet in height would only exacerbate the steepness and the climb that is to get to the front door. Next slide, please. There is a differential. We can go to the next slide between the yard level and that front level, given the slope. I've already touched on kind of the specifics of the justification relative to the steepness. And again, that differential is 6.41 feet between the current front door and the current rear driveway, which would be the future yard. Next slide, please. This is just exhibiting some of the elevations and, for example, the 51 feet to the front door. And it's steeper sections of that slope, but again, the property lines are set back 15 feet from the top of curb, and the slope starts at the top of curb. So there's an elevation increasing significantly within 15 feet before we even start our property. Next slide, please. Brian, do you want to talk through this, please?
Yeah, this was from our revision to the variance application, showing a few projects within the neighborhood that have applied for a variance and received one. One being our own site at 35, which back in 2005 asked for the same essential variance conceptually and was approved to basically go down with an extra story from that existing home. It was never implemented, so that approval lapsed. But it was granted at that time. And then there was a height variance at 52, which Steve went through on his property to receive a height variance on that property, as well as 2 doors down at 39, receiving a height variance as well. And that was the one that Rock mentioned is basically like almost 3 stories, a little more severe, with 3 stories kind of right on the street. So those were the 3 kind of in proximity to our current design.
Next slide, please. And there's just a vicinity map showing the proximity of those 2 most adjacent height variances, including our lot, as Brian mentioned. Next slide, please. You can go ahead and skip ahead to, let's go to the next slide. Sorry, one more. Perfect. I think this is a really helpful graphic as we've laid over the existing topography in green and the existing house in red versus the proposed residence. The reality is what we're proposing improves our neighbors' views. The highest ridge is lower than the existing ridge. And also very consequently, the front, because of the basement drive approach, we have set the house back to have a terrace and to comply with the front section of the garage, that upper patio with the height requirement. So that opens up a tremendous view corridor that doesn't exist today from the property adjacent. You can see the garage removal in the main section of our lot. Again, further reducing that apparent mass in the middle of the lot and opening up view corridors to a greater extent than what exists there today.
That conclude?
Yes.
All right, I just have a quick question, which is, have you done a geological study in connection with the excavation?
Yeah, we have a soils report of the property.
Was the soils report part of the package? I've not seen it.
No, it was not submitted. It's not required when you have a house already on a property. They would do that at building plan check.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, let me begin on this one. First of all, I think the design is really good. I think you meet the guidelines. It's a very attractive house, certainly much better than was there. So my comments are not directed at the design review elements. Maybe other members might have some issues. I think the glazing is fine. You're looking directly to the ocean. Glazing's totally appropriate. It's not all. It is broken up and articulated. And I do like the subterranean or the lower garage. I think that is a nice feature. With respect to the variance, the findings, if you look at the findings that we have to find, it's not because we like it and it makes for a beautiful project or it gives you, what you want and no neighbors objecting to it. We have to make these findings. And they're all centered around, or the primary ones are special circumstances applicable to your property that would deprive you of a privilege enjoyed by others. With respect to the maximum building height, I think that's easily satisfied, not only with what evidence you've presented, but also just walking the project. I mean, there are towering projects there, and you're going down. I think you got caught up in a technicality, and that's what variances are for. Same thing with the flat roof prohibited. I think the flat roof denies you the aesthetic privilege of being able to build a house that works. I think there's other flat roofs in the neighborhood and are totally appropriate for view. The problem one I have is floor area. You have 868 feet over the max. It is, as you
Excuse me,
open-
Tom. I incorrectly said 868. It's 466.
I have 466, but I
Sorry.
went with you on whether
Sorry.
it's 66 or whatever.
Sorry,
it's over.
the confusion.
And it seems primarily because of the ADU. And you don't present any special circumstances. You just say ADUs are important and policy and all of which, there may be some debate about it, but you're right about that. But the problem is there's no evidence here supporting excess floor area. And I think I asked you, about it, and I didn't see it. It said I saw, it's an ADU and it's a great thing, and I'd love for you to have it. But I've got to find a special circumstance that's not enjoyed by, others. Now, with respect, I think there's some evidence in the record that smaller lots with smaller square footage have been allowed. But that's, your house is much bigger, the lot's different. So I think we need more. You need to find some comparables in the neighborhood to get me to be able to make that finding. I think that's doable, or you reduce this, you make it in compliance. But I just don't find the evidence for that finding. And I'll tell you, the big problem I have is CEQA. You're removing, by my calculation, let me make sure I'm right, it was net export from the plans is 3,235 cubic yards. That's a tremendous amount of dirt. In fact, I can't remember a project with that much dirt. Maybe the one at the top of Three Arch Bay that we looked at, that big one up on top. But they had a full-blown EIR for that. I don't know if you know CEQA, but generally what we do is we find categorical exemptions, and that's what's being applied for here, which is most cases for residential property. But an exception to the category, we have to make essentially a finding that there's essentially no material chance of a potential environmental adverse impact. Your property with that much excavation, so close to the coastline, next to the neighbor, Mr. Rockwell's property, which you see subsidence on that side of the house already. And then the house behind is obviously Mr. Milton is very nervous about it. And they've provided us with conditions to make this thing safe for them. I'm not a geologist. I don't think they are. Now, sometimes, in most cases where there's, excavation and stuff, we leave it to building department. But that's because, at least in my case, and generally the board, doesn't see the potential. That sees it, that's an easily doable thing. Given how close you are to the coastline and given the chances for significant problems with the adjoining property owners, for me to be able to find a categorical exemption that there is no reasonable chance of a negative environmental impact, I would need a geological report that analyzes the soils, and it wasn't presented to us. And, I know it's not required technically, but we have to make CEQA findings. So the soils report to describe that this project is doable, and in connection with it, the steps that are going to be taken as recommended by the geologist, which should cover your neighbors. I'm going to make a case for you in a second why it's in your interest to do this as well. That lays out from a geological point what protections should be done, and you can get input from your contractor, that we can add as conditions that would then remove what I see as the big question mark for the application of the categorical exemption. So I hope I made myself clear. Moreover, rather than negotiating an agreement, having a licensed geologist and maybe a contractor to go through, given, if you were excavating 200 or 300 cubic yards, I wouldn't be having this discussion. You're talking about a subterranean garage, essentially, or down on a hill that's existing there. So my own view is that we should continue this. You should get that geological report and come up with conditions approved by the geologist that meets your neighbors, that satisfies them. I'm not talking about whether you do an agreement or not. That agreement's not required for me to get around the categorical exemption or the CEQA problem. That's between you and your neighbors. But get it very clear how that thing's going to be excavated. And finally, I was going to say it's in your interest, because to have that done by a licensed geologist now and get neighbors signing on will provide you significant potential legal liability later. It's going to be a challenge to build that. My background is in some construction, but real estate. And it can be done. I want you to have your house. It's a gorgeous house. but it's got to be built right to protect your neighbor up the hill and behind you. And for me to find a categorical exemption here, I'm going to need that geological report with the recommendations.
Okay. I agree with most of what Board Member Gibbs said regarding the project and the design review components. As far as the elements and the architectural, the design components, the articulation, they're all on point for modern Three Arch Bay design. And there is a unique component that this is a large lot. It has a huge length. Over my tenure, I've seen a few of these significant lots. I think there's one that comes to mind that was on South Encino, just kind of right by the entrance. That goes all the way back to Coast Highway. Oh, that was your project? Yeah, I've been around that long. That one was cool, unique and very different at the time, but I think it had significant grading that can all be done. I think the topography of the site creates some, elements of like challenges for kind of modern architecture and kind of better flow through the usability of the house by having it so steep. As you put out, it's 51 feet from the street grade to get to the front door. So some of these remedies are being fixed with the design, and I think the community at large evaluated it and said this was fine. I think as I'm hearing from the neighbors, they're even fine with most of the design components. They just really want to protect their property. And I think one of the things I mentioned to you at the site was it would be very beneficial that you guys have, an agreement for how you're going to monitor, how you're going to do the best practices for the grading process, and how you'll, maybe even you come up with how you resolve it, arbitration or whatever insurances you need to carry during construction or the contractor's bonds and that kind of stuff. Incorporate all those things. Put together a packet of best practice agreement before you get going. Obviously, the resolution wasn't written for tonight, so I highly encourage you to try to get that done in the next couple of weeks if it's supported to be continued to then be approved. I think in regards to the variance, I appreciate staff's evaluation. I think the floor area, we've had significant projects in South Lucinda over recent years, and I think the last time we saw it, like 90% of the homes on South Lucinda below the lot coverage. And I would assume that's the case in the nearby vicinity anyway. But you could put together a stat sheet.
We need evidence
Yeah,
of that.
you could put together a recent stat sheet. I'm sure there's enough in the files that could be brought forward, but do that quick evaluation. I think it's been done quite exuberantly, and it would deprive you of the right of enjoyment that your neighbors achieve with their newer developments. As far as the flat roof, we do these on occasion throughout Three Arch Bay. It's the right thing to do to preserve the view, even though it doesn't meet their 3 and 12. So I think that component is self-explanatory and findings can be made. The grading discussion that Chair Gibbs said, it is significant, but I think, every time I evaluate significant grading, it has to come at the balance of view, privacy, and just the general compatibility of the site. I believe this project does that, even though it does have some significant grading but it is a large lot and it's creating a lot more functionality. So I can get behind it and support it. I think findings can be made, and I'd like to see that incorporated. But as far as the protections for the neighbors, I'd like to see you guys try to work that out and get the agreement kind of in place so it can be added to the record and everybody's in alignment on how everybody's protected in this process, and we can go forward.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Louis.
Emir.
Yeah. I think this home meets the criteria for privacy, for view equity, for design articulation, for neighborhood compatibility. I'm not too concerned with the FAR. The reason I say that, Tom, I've been pretty consistent with this. They're using it for an ADU. The ADU is only 466 square feet. It's positioned right. It's in a place the neighbor to the rear agrees with. So that's why I'm okay with it. I think that definitely is appropriate in this circumstance. Same thing with the flat roof. Whenever anyone's going down, it's going to cost them more for construction costs. They're doing that at their expense for their neighborhood's benefit. So I appreciate that, knowing that it enables for a better product. I appreciate the parking. You know, you got 3 garages, 3 surface parking spaces. I applaud you guys. You're going to use them. It's convenient to have them. Definitely warranted in this part, especially with construction vehicles. Some, you know, the neighbors will be building there too, so it's helpful. Having you know, worked through the street quite a bit in years past. You know, this neighborhood definitely calls for this type of a project. With regard to the soils, a little bit outside of our purview, beyond the 16 criteria. So we'll leave it to the soils tech for the building division. You know, they can handle that stuff. With regard to monitoring, you know, it doesn't hurt to have a plan in place, but again, that's also a little bit outside of our scope for the 16 criteria. From my standpoint, for my design review, I'm definitely okay with having this approved, and I hope you guys get the approval because it's a beautiful home.
MJ?
Yeah, I concur with my colleagues. It's a beautiful home. You guys always come to us with great stuff, and I really appreciate you working with your neighbors so diligently. It seems like you have some really great neighbors, that you all work together is really going to make your lives wonderful there and the young boys you have behind you. The design's great. It's neighbor compatible for certain. Lighting and glare, I have a little concern there, and I just wanted to kind of throw that out. It's a lot when all the lights are on in that house, and even though it's beautiful, it does become this shining thing on a hill. So I don't know if you could look at the glazing of the windows. The other thing, just so you know, in my own experience, and I'm sure you have this a lot, is the sun that comes blinding in there, even with the title, whatever glaze you have, it's not enough. It's a lot. So you might just want to look at knocking that back a little bit so it will help when you have the lights on at night to eliminate that heavy, you know, alien feature. And also by day, you will be grateful when your artwork's, you know, starting to fade and your floors are starting to fade because it's pretty strong. Lot coverage, if we have to have a finding, we don't have to have a finding.
It's not lot coverage, it's floor area.
Floor area.
And yes, we do have to make the findings that are in the code.
So we
which-
can't approve it without that?
No, if you don't find, I know Emir disagrees with it, but it's
It's
the
part of our
requirement.
rules. So if
Yeah,
it's-
you got to have evidence that
So
it's
find me
a
some
special
evidence.
circumstance that other people enjoy that they would be
Okay.
deprived of.
So if that's something that I didn't realize that because I have no problem with it being over lot coverage as they comment it, but if that's absolutely not the correct term, then whatever finding needs to be found in order to properly approve this. If you can find it, I'll approve it. As far as CEQA and the GEO, as Amir and my colleagues here mentioned, it would behoove all of you guys to have a plan, as Louis, I think, suggested when he cited with you. Even though it seems like everybody communicates and it's all great and we're all smart people here, just obviously to just have checked the boxes. So if it does go to legal or anything, you've all done your due diligence. So you're smart enough. You don't have this kind of house without being somewhat smart, I think. So do that. Light and glare I talked about. Flat roof, no problem there that you're actually not impeding any views. It's not a problem at all. Yeah, neighborhood compatible, privacy's fine. So I really could support it if we could just have that one finding, the height variance I can find. So based on your findings. So if you can just get that one, I'm good to go.
All right.
How do we do this?
This is where I think the board is, that you need to get at least 3 members are going to require, and there's going to be a 5th member. It's not going to get approved tonight because we don't even have a resolution. Plus, there's at least 3 members who want to see evidence so that we can make the finding on the floor area coverage.
It's not that I want to, it's like I think I have to,
If we
right?
have
Okay.
Can I respond to that with a justification?
Go ahead.
So again, because you have a 33% slope from the street front to the house, and you have to provide an entry, and you can't provide that entry, 2 stories up from the street, what that creates a steep slope. And so essentially what it means is that we have a daylit basement as a condition to have an entry level and then to egress up a staircase to the yard level where the main living is. So the reality is that level above the garage is primarily subterranean. It's daylit because of the severe slope in the front. And so we're being kind of hit for having that subterranean floor area because that daylit factor of that level. if we could show the section and look at it, but the reality is we're definitely more than 465, whatever it is, square feet, subterranean square footage.
I get it. I think what Chair Gibbs is just trying to say is if we got to continue it because the staff report didn't include all the findings to suffice it, but the general direction has been relatively supportive. So you need to work with staff over the next couple of weeks to solidify those findings because you present them to staff and then they evaluate it and then
Yeah.
they present it to us. But right now, as the report's written, the questions were asked of the board to just deliberate on the variances to give kind of more of the thumbs up direction. And I think across the
Yeah.
board, there's a majority of the board that's willing for most of the variances, I think, aside from the grading component from Chair Gibbs' comments.
Yeah, that's not the variance.
Right.
On the variance issue, the way it was proposed and the justification was the ADU, not these other circumstances. So we really can't evaluate that now. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
My suggestion to you is raise that, give us a factual basis. None of us see, I mean, it should be a good guide to you guys that none of us have any problem with neighborhood compatibility, which includes mass and scale.
Sure.
So it's a floor area issue. I would prefer that you find other comparable homes that exceed the floor area limitation. That would give us, kind of the sweet spot. With respect to CEQA, I'm hearing that they, at least from 2 board members, which I would concur, is to figure that, how you're going to do it out. I would highly recommend, whether or not a majority of the board believes in what I say about CEQA, I happen to believe it, that you need a geological report that gives us the satisfaction that there's no potential for environmental impact, given the amount of the excavation and the closeness to the neighbors and the topography and the ocean and the bluff. It's a big bluff right below there. I think that's eminently doable. I hope you do that. You may find that 3 members don't require it, but I certainly will. But my vote may not matter.
That piece.
Pardon me?
Do you mind if I address just that piece of it, just for
Sure,
the
go
shared
ahead.
knowledge of the room?
Yeah.
So yeah, soils report is one piece of it. They
Right.
tell you what's in the dirt, obviously, and what
Yeah.
the recommendations are going to be.
And submit that. I want to read it, so.
But that's not going to give you really the certainty that you're looking for.
Right.
And that's really the next steps for us. And there's a big expense to incur to hire the shoring engineer, the structural engineer. So even to go to coastal, we'll have to have the shoring plans done, have a foundation plan.
Oh, I'm not talking about all those plans. The geologist will give recommendations, key recommendations, general recommendations on what needs to be considered and done during construction. But no, all the technical details, that goes to building and be reviewed by the building department in Laguna Beach. So talk to your geologist. I think they can give the general parameters, including having monitors, hiring, experienced, having structural plans and excavators and whatever. Enough to give at least me some comfort. And then at least 2 members of the board, maybe 3, want you to see if you can come up with agreement on protections that, the one is like 10 pages long. I'm not suggesting that, but, some reasonable things that provide some protections to them.
Yeah, so
Key
it sounds like,
protections.
which I think would be helpful. We'll give you the soils report, but we can also give you a letter from the geotechnical engineer, basically saying, here are.
If these
recommendations
general
for the
parameters are
permit.
filed, there should be no problems.
Yeah,
That would work for me, plus I think it would help your neighbors. And then try to come up with some agreement to get at least the major components of monitoring during construction would be a plus for 3 members of the board.
The best practices.
Best practices.
yeah, and obviously.
I think you guys are, we've had you before, you're stand-up guys. I think you know what we'd like to see, whether it's technically required or not. I think it would be good for you and good for the neighborhood.
Yeah, and I can certainly, on behalf of the Ballards, our team and the team that we've yet to, have developed some of these details, we can promise everybody that nobody wants settlement of our neighbors. So that is a engineering.
There's a lot of reasons not to.
That is an engineering task that we can accomplish. And also with the new foundations, the slope will actually be more stable than it is now.
Yeah.
Good. Well, it's real quick, it's gonna help the neighbor up
Right.
too. The Rockwell, it's the best thing that could happen to him is to stabilize his side of the slope. And I told you that there, so I hope that's the case. You were saying, Louis?
Yeah, so I think I appreciate the summary. I think that
Any
really
comments on the
gives
summary?
clear notes. I'm prepared to support the continuance.
Good.
To get the right findings supported or directed to staff and a few of the things as outlined by Chair Gibbs, just kind of buttoned up. But in general, I think the board's been relatively supportive to see those findings be made.
How long do you think?
Quickly can we get this back?
Well, how long do you?
Quickly, I would just ask that there is a pretty significant expense and the Ballards have a tenant currently in the property because of the concerns raised really not being pertinent to the massing. I would just hope that we wouldn't have to be onerous and have it restaked to be on.
Are we able
We
to
go-
vote on this right now?
What?
Are we able to vote on this?
No, we don't
It's
have a
not-
resolution.
It's not prepared for that.
No, to answer your question, if you're not going to change it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Pat, if you're not going to change the project, we're not going to require restaking. If you change the project in the next round, you may need a restake and you should be dealing with.
And I would just say if they'd make it smaller, we could probably dispense with the staking as
Okay.
well, yeah.
So
Reduction.
that's up to you. If it's the exact same and you provide us the evidence we were looking for,
Right.
for the,
As long as you don't take the stakes down, because they have to stay up until 14 days after an approval.
But I think
If you're not changing
That means
it,
that
you
the
don't have
tenants
to,
will be-
but don't take stakes down. She's mentioned they had a tenant.
Yeah.
And I was thinking that you're thinking the stakes are in the way. You cannot
Yeah.
take them down.
Really put the stakes up to let them still get to the
yeah,
train.
the rules, them's the rules. So when do you want to come?
Get this back, what?
Well, let's
March?
see how long they want. But before we go that, hold on a second. How long do you want? Do you want the next available hearing or do you want time in April or what?
I think we would want to consult our clients here too, but I think certainly in a continuance, the next available, getting a soils recommendation when the report's already been.
I don't
done.
think this is going to take a long
No.
time once you get it, or take a long time to get what we're asking for. When's the next available?
I would look at either March 12th would be the absolute soonest, maybe the 26th if we need. you
I would go to the 26th. I want to give them time to work out an agreement with the two adjoining neighbors. So the March 12th, too quick.
Gibbs, that's not going to be a condition though. You're just making a recommendation, right?
We're not making any conditions right now.
Right,
I
right, but you're saying that they're going to work out something with their neighbor. I don't think that's necessary personally.
Well, I understand that. We've asked them to do that.
But
Yeah.
perhaps,
And I said in my comments, I didn't think that I could require it.
All
But
right.
Chair, can I make a recommendation? Perhaps you allow them to determine if they want to come the 12th or the 26th, and it's incumbent upon them to make.
The
that
12th
decision.
doesn't work for me.
Doesn't work for our, okay.
I
And the
wanna give them
26th, I'll now
time
have
to
3
work.
reports, but I've
Something
already
out if
written
they
them.
can.
Do we need?
No,
No, I'm just kidding.
All right, let me make a motion to continue.
Thursday, 26th, or did they already?
Yeah,
How about-
26.
How about conditions of approval? And we'll just settle this right now.
No, I can't do
Come
it.
on.
The staff report's not written that way, so
No, but
we
we
had to clean that up.
Years.
Now we'll do my motion is on item 5.11 for 35 North Ascenda Drive to continue it to March 26th. March 26th, 2026. Right.
I second.
All right, can we call the roll?
Do we
please?
need to give it notes or have that already been documented?
What?
That, like, to move forward with trying to
Yeah,
depict the findings?
we've already said.
Okay.
Go ahead. We don't need to say that for the motion. Go ahead.
And I would imagine there's no exemption possible just for that staking again, just on behalf of the tenants and the inconvenience for that to be basically another. over a
No,
month.
you got to comply with that. We don't have authority.
Okay.
So let's call the roll, please.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Cudney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion is passed 4-0.
Okay, and we look forward to seeing it. Let's get this project approved,
Yeah,
okay?
we appreciate all your thoughts and energy, so thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
No, but I want to give a shout out to the young man who played an amazing game tonight. I got to watch it. You were an outstanding player, great sportsmanship, great hustle, and fantastic job. It was so fun to watch you play.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Have we, I think we need to adjourn, yeah.
Yeah, we're continuing to our next hearing, which is
February 26th.
February